have always been the kind of person who trusts his own eyes more than a map. My name is Elias, and back when this happened, I was 24 years old working a dead-end job as a freelance surveyor in the Pacific Northwest. It was a position that required me to spend a lot of time alone in the deep woods of Washington and Oregon, often in places where the cell service died miles back on the gravel roads. I liked the isolation. I thought I understood how the world worked, and I believed that if you knew how to read the stars and the slope of the land, you could never truly be lost. That arrogance almost cost me everything. It was late October, and the air had that sharp, metallic bite that tells you winter is breathing down your neck. I was finishing a project near the edge of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, trying to map out an old logging spur that had been reclaimed by the brush. The sun sets fast in the mountains, and before I knew it, the gold light had turned to a bruised purple. I should have packed up and headed back to my truck, but I had one more point to mark. I told myself it would take 10 minutes. It took an hour. By the time I started hiking back, the fog had rolled in. This wasn't just a mist. It was a thick, heavy blanket that seemed to swallow the sound of my own boots on the damp needles. I reached the spot where the old logging road was supposed to intersect with the main trail, but something was wrong. The landmarks I had memorized during the day were gone. The twisted cedar tree with the lightning scar was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the terrain started to level out into a flat gray expanse that I didn't recognize. I checked my GPS, but the screen was just a mess of static and flickering lines. I figured the canopy was too thick or the moisture was messing with the electronics. I kept walking, hoping to hit the asphalt of the Forest Service road. That is when the silence changed. It went from a quiet forest to a total sensory void. No wind, no crickets, no owls, just the sound of my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then I saw it. Rising out of the fog like a ghost was a bridge. It was a massive structure of rusted iron and weathered gray wood spanning a deep ravine that I knew for a fact was not on any map of this sector. I had studied the topographical charts for weeks, and there should have been nothing here but a shallow creek and a dense stand of fir trees. But there it was. The bridge was beautiful in a terrifying way, with high arched trusses that disappeared into the white haze above. I stood at the edge of the wooden slats and looked down. The ravine was bottomless. The fog swirled in the depths, and I couldn't see the ground or hear the sound of water. I told myself I was just disoriented. Maybe I had wandered further east than I thought. Maybe this was some private access bridge built by a timber company that never got recorded. I tried to make it make sense. I took a step onto the wood, and it felt solid enough, but the air changed the moment I crossed the threshold. It got colder. Not just a drop in temperature, but a deep bone-chilling freeze that felt like it was coming from inside my own lungs. I should have turned back then. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but curiosity is a heavy weight. I wanted to see where a bridge this big could possibly lead in the middle of nowhere. As I walked toward the center of the span, the fog began to thin just enough for me to see the other side. My breath hitched in my throat. On the far end of the bridge there was a forest, but it wasn't the forest I had been hiking in. The trees were bone white and completely leafless, reaching up like skeletal fingers. There was no undergrowth, just a carpet of pale ash-colored dirt. It looked like a world that had been scrubbed of all its color and life. I stopped dead in my tracks. This was the second anomaly, the one I couldn't explain away as a mapping error. No forest in this region looked like that. It felt like I was looking at a photograph that had been bleached by the sun for 100 years. I felt a sudden sharp pressure in the back of my skull, a warning sign my body gives me when I am in danger. I turned around to head back to the safety of the dark green woods I had come from, but the bridge behind me was gone, or rather the end of it was gone. The fog had closed in so tightly that I could only see about 5 feet of the wooden planks behind me. Beyond that there was only a wall of white. I started to walk faster, my heart racing. I should have reached the edge of the ravine in 30 seconds, but I kept walking and walking, and the bridge just seemed to stretch out forever. That was when I heard the sound. It was a rhythmic tapping coming from somewhere beneath the floorboards. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like someone hitting the iron trusses with a small hammer. It was steady and deliberate. I froze and the tapping stopped. I took another step and the tapping resumed, but this time it was faster. It sounded like something was pacing me, moving along the underside of the bridge like a spider. I felt a surge of pure primal panic. I wasn't alone out here. Whatever was under that bridge knew I was there, and it was waiting for me to make a move. I gripped the handle of my heavy-duty flashlight and shone the beam over the side of the rail. The light struggled against the fog, but for a split second I saw something. High up on one of the iron beams there was a hand. It wasn't a human hand. The fingers were far too long and the skin was the color of a drowned corpse. It was gripping the rusted metal with a strength that made the iron groan. I didn't wait to see the rest of it. I turned and bolted toward the white forest on the far side because at least that was land. I could hear the tapping turn into a frantic scraping sound as the thing began to climb up over the railing behind me. I hit the end of the bridge and my boots sank into the ashy soil of the white forest. I didn't look back. I ran through those dead trees, feeling the branches snap against my face like dry bones. The air here tasted like dust and old copper. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Eventually, I found a hollowed-out log and scrambled inside, pulling my knees to my chest and clicking off my light. I sat there in the absolute dark, listening to the sound of something heavy moving through the ash outside. It was a slow, dragging step followed by a wet sniff. It circled the log for what felt like hours. I must have passed out from the sheer exhaustion of the terror, because the next thing I knew the sun was hitting my eyes. I scrambled out of the log and looked around. I was back in the regular woods. The trees were green and the ground was covered in moss and pine needles. The white forest was gone. I looked for the bridge, but there was nothing there but a narrow, dry creek bed that I could have jumped across with one stride. No iron trusses, no wooden slats. Just the normal, boring woods of the Pacific Northwest. I hiked back to my truck in a daze and drove straight to the nearest ranger station. I told the man behind the desk that I had gotten lost and found a bridge that wasn't on the map. He didn't look up from his paperwork. He just asked me if it was foggy last night. When I said yes, he finally looked at me with eyes that were far too tired for a man his age. He told me that people see things in the fog sometimes and that I should just go home and get some sleep. He didn't seem surprised. He seemed resigned, as if he had heard this story a dozen times before and knew there was nothing he could do about it. I tried to put it behind me, but the trauma lingered. I couldn't go back into the woods alone. I quit my job and moved to a city where the only trees are planted in concrete boxes. I thought I was safe until a few months ago. I was browsing a forum for hikers and I saw a post from a guy who had disappeared in the same area where I had been. His camera had been found near a dry creek bed. The last photo on the memory card was a blurry shot of a massive iron bridge emerging from a bank of fog. In the corner of the frame, you could see a long, pale hand reaching over the railing. I sold my hiking gear that day. I realized then that the bridge doesn't cross a physical place. It crosses a boundary that should never be opened, and once you have seen it, you never really come all the way back. Stay out of the fog, and if you ever hear a tapping sound from beneath your feet, do not look down. Just keep running. Living in the city did not solve the problem as I had hoped. The concrete and the glass and the constant hum of traffic were meant to be a shield, but they only became a different kind of cage. I took a job in a sterile office building downtown where the windows did not open and the air was filtered through massive vents. I thought that by removing myself from nature, I could remove the memory of that bridge from my mind, but the mind does not work that way. Once a door is opened in your head, it stays cracked open just enough for the cold to leak through. I started noticing the signs about a year after the incident. It began with the sound of the pipes. In the middle of the night, I would wake up to a rhythmic tapping deep within the walls of my apartment. Tap, tap, tap. It was the exact same cadence I had heard on the bridge. I told myself it was just the building settling or the steam heating system reacting to the winter chill. I would pull the blankets over my head and try to breathe through the panic, but my lungs always felt like they were filled with that same ashy dust from the white forest. The city has its own kind of fog. It is a mix of exhaust and humidity and low-hanging clouds that get trapped between the skyscrapers. On those nights I refused to go outside. I would order food and tell the delivery driver to leave it at the door. I would watch through the peephole until they were gone, and then I would scan the hallway for any sign of a pale hand or a dragging step. My friends stopped calling. They did not understand why a 25-year-old man was suddenly afraid of the weather. They thought I was having a breakdown, and in a way I was. I was breaking down because I knew the truth. The bridge was not just a place in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. It was a bridge between what we know and what lies beneath the surface of our reality. One Tuesday in November, the power went out in my neighborhood. The streetlights died and the constant glow of the city vanished, leaving everything in a murky charcoal gray. I was sitting in my living room when I felt the temperature drop. It was not the usual draft from a poorly sealed window. It was that bone-chilling freeze that starts in the center of the chest. I reached for my flashlight, the same heavy-duty one I had carried in the woods, and clicked it on. The beam was weak, as if the darkness itself was soaking up the light. I heard a sound from the hallway. It was a wet, sliding noise like a heavy piece of meat being dragged across the floor. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard it felt like it would break. I moved to the door and pressed my ear against the wood. Silence, then a single sharp tap against the bottom of the door. I backed away, stumbling over my coffee table. I realized then that I had been wrong about the bridge. I thought I had escaped it, but the bridge is a predatory thing. It follows the people who cross it. It marks you. I grabbed my keys and my jacket and I ran. I did not take the elevator. I flew down the stairs, my boots echoing in the concrete stairwell like gunshots. I burst out onto the street, expecting to see the familiar sight of my neighborhood, but the fog had swallowed everything. The cars were gone. The streetlights were gone. The asphalt beneath my feet felt soft and porous like the ashy soil of the white forest. I kept running, blinded by the white haze, until I felt the ground change again. I heard the sound of wood beneath my feet. I stopped dead and shone my light down. I was standing on weathered gray slats of wood. To my left and right, massive iron trusses rose into the fog. I was back on the bridge. I had run out of my apartment in the middle of a major American city and somehow stepped directly back onto the structure that had haunted my dreams. The logic of space and time did not apply here. The bridge was a trap, and I had walked right back into the center of it. I turned around to go back into my building, but there was no building. There was only the bridge stretching back into the white void. I was trapped in the middle of the span. This time the tapping did not start slowly. It was a frantic metallic clanging coming from all directions. It was under the floorboards, it was above me in the trusses, it was on the railings. Something was coming for me, and it was not alone. I saw the hands first, dozens of them. The long, pale fingers with too many joints gripping the iron and the wood. They were pulling themselves up from the depths of the ravine. I did not think. I just ran forward toward the white forest. I knew what was there, but it was better than being torn apart on the bridge. As I ran, I felt a cold wind whip past my ears. It sounded like 1,000 voices whispering my name in a language that had no vowels. I felt a sharp tug on my jacket. I spun around and saw a face. It was a white, featureless mask of skin with no eyes and a mouth that was just a jagged hole. It let out a sound like a dying bird and reached for my throat. I swung my heavy flashlight with everything I had. It connected with the side of the thing's head with a sickening crunch. It did not bleed. Instead, a cloud of gray ash puffed out of the wound. The creature fell back over the railing, disappearing into the fog without a sound. I did not wait to see if it would come back. I sprinted until the wood turned to dirt, and I was once again surrounded by the skeletal white trees. The white forest was different this time. It felt more permanent. I could see shapes moving between the trunks, tall, thin figures that blended into the bark. They did not chase me, they just watched. I realized that the bridge was not the destination. It was the gatehouse. This place, this bleached world, was where the things lived, and now I was one of them. I felt my skin starting to itch, and when I looked at my hands, they were paler than they had been an hour ago. The color was draining out of me. I found a clearing where the ash was deep and cold. In the center of the clearing was a pile of belongings. There were backpacks, cameras, hiking boots, and surveyor tools. I saw a tripod that looked exactly like the one I had lost a year ago. I realized then that I was not the first person to be brought here, and I would not be the last. This was a collection of lives that had been interrupted by the fog. I looked for a way out, but every direction looked the same. The white trees went on forever. I sat down in the ash and closed my eyes. I thought about the green woods of Oregon. I thought about the smell of pine needles and the sound of the wind in the fir trees. I tried to hold on to those memories like a lifeline. I refused to let the gray take over. I started to speak aloud, describing everything I could remember about the real world. I talked about the taste of coffee and the sound of rain on a tin roof. I talked about the way the sun feels on your face in the middle of July. The more I spoke, the louder the whispers in the forest became. The white figures began to edge closer, their featureless faces turned toward me. They hated the sound of my voice. They hated the life I was clinging to. I stood up and started walking. I did not look for a path. I just walked and kept talking. I screamed my name into the white void. I am Elias, and I do not belong here. I am Elias, and I am going home. The ground began to tremble. The white trees started to crack and fall, turning into clouds of dust as they hit the ground. The fog began to swirl in a violent vortex. I felt a hand grab my ankle and pull me down into the ash. I kicked and clawed my way forward, refusing to let go of the image of my apartment. I saw a flicker of light in the distance. It was not the pale light of the bridge. It was the harsh yellow glow of a sodium street lamp. I lunged toward it, my fingers grazing the cold metal of a lamp post. I felt a sudden jolt of electricity run through my body, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the sidewalk outside my apartment building. The power was back on, and the street was filled with the sounds of a city waking up. People were walking past me, giving me strange looks. I was covered in gray dust, and my clothes were torn, but I was back. I climbed the stairs to my apartment and locked every bolt on the door. I went into the bathroom and scrubbed my skin until it was red and raw. The gray dust would not wash away easily. It seemed to have settled into my pores. As I looked in the mirror, I saw that my eyes, which had always been a deep brown, were now a pale, watery gray. I had come back, but I had left a part of myself behind in that white forest. I do not go out at night anymore. I do not look at maps, and I never ever go near the woods. I have covered every mirror in my home with black cloth because sometimes when I catch my reflection, I see a tall, thin figure standing behind me. It does not move and it does not speak. It just waits. I know that the bridge is still out there. It is waiting for the next time the fog rolls in and the world grows quiet. It is waiting for someone who thinks they can never get lost. I spend my days in a library now, surrounded by books and people. The noise is a comfort, but sometimes when the room gets too quiet, I hear it, deep beneath the floorboards and the foundations of the city. Tap, tap, tap. It is a slow and deliberate sound. It is the sound of something marking time. It is the sound of the bridge calling me back. I know that one day I will walk out of a door and I will not find a hallway or a street. I will find those weathered gray slats and the rusted iron trusses. And this time, I do not think I will be able to run fast enough to reach the other side. The ranger was right. People see things in the fog, but they do not just see them, they experience them. They are changed by them. The world we live in is a thin veil, and there are places where that veil is worn through. The bridge is one of those places. It is a transition zone, a place where the rules of the earth no longer apply. If you find yourself on a road that is not on your map, if the silence becomes too heavy and the air turns to ice, turn around. Do not satisfy your curiosity. Do not wonder where the path leads. Because once you step onto that bridge, the bridge becomes the only path you have left. I am writing this because I know my time is short. The gray is spreading. It started at my fingertips and it is moving up my arms. My skin is becoming the color of a drowned corpse and my joints are starting to feel long and loose. I am becoming one of the things that live in the white forest. I can feel the urge to climb, to find a dark place and wait for the sound of boots on wooden planks. I do not want to go, but the bridge is pulling at me. It is a magnetic force that I cannot resist much longer. Last night I heard a tapping on my window. I live on the 12th floor. There are no ledges and no trees tall enough to reach. I did not look. I kept my eyes fixed on the wall and waited for morning. But the morning did not bring the sun. It only brought a thick, heavy fog that has settled over the entire city. I can hear the traffic below, but it sounds miles away, muffled by the white blanket. The air in my apartment is getting colder. I can smell the copper and the dust. I am going to leave this record here on my desk. Maybe someone will find it and understand. Maybe it will serve as a warning. If you're ever hiking in the Pacific Northwest and you see a massive iron bridge that does not belong there, do not cross it. Even if the woods behind you are dark and terrifying, stay where you are. The things in the green woods are nothing compared to the things that wait in the white. Stay in the light. Stay where the maps are true. And whatever you do, never trust your own eyes when the fog begins to roll in. The world is much larger and much hungrier than we were ever meant to know. I can hear the wood creaking now. The bridge is here. It is right outside my door. I have to go. The tapping has stopped and the dragging has begun. I am Elias and I am finally going across. The door to my apartment did not lead to the hallway. I knew it before I even turned the brass handle. The air leaking through the frame was too thin and carried the distinct metallic tang of a graveyard. When the latch clicked open, the carpet of my living room did not meet the tiled floor of the corridor. Instead, my foot landed on a heavy timber plank that groaned under my weight. I stepped out and the door behind me did not slam. It simply dissolved into the white mist, leaving me standing on the edge of the iron span. The city was gone. The 12 stories of concrete and steel had been replaced by the familiar rusted trusses that reached up into a sky the color of a bruised lung. I stood still for a long time. There was no point in running anymore. The bridge had finally folded space until my front door and the transition zone were the same point in existence. The tapping was gone. In its place was a low hum like 1,000 bees vibrating deep within the metal of the structure. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer flesh and bone. They were long and translucent, the skin stretched so tight over the knuckles that it looked like wet parchment. I could see the gray marrow shifting inside my fingers. I was not just on the bridge. I was becoming part of its architecture. I began to walk. The movement felt different now. My limbs were longer and my center of gravity had shifted. I did not stumble. I glided over the gaps in the wood with a grace that felt predatory and wrong. The fog parted for me as if it recognized a master. As I moved toward the center of the span, I saw them. The others, they were perched on the high beams or hanging from the underside of the railing by their elongated toes. They did not attack. They watched me with those hollowed-out pits where eyes should have been. I realized they were not monsters in the way I had imagined. They were just the previous tenants. They were the hikers and the surveyors and the city dwellers who had been caught in the gray net. One of them dropped from a truss and landed silently a few feet in front of me. It was wearing the tattered remains of a flannel shirt. I recognized the pattern. It was the same shirt the man in the forum post had been wearing in his profile picture. He tilted his head to the side and a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement came from his throat. He was trying to speak, but the language of the green world does not work here. He reached out a hand and touched my arm. His skin was cold as dry ice. Through the contact, I felt a rush of his memories. I saw a wife waiting at a kitchen table. I saw a dog barking at a fence. I saw a life that had been erased by a single wrong turn on a foggy afternoon. He let go and retreated into the mist. I felt a profound sense of grief, but it was distant, as if I were watching a movie through a thick sheet of glass. The bridge strips away the heat of emotion until only the cold logic of the structure remains. I kept walking because there was nowhere else to go. The white forest began to emerge from the haze ahead. It looked different from this vantage point. It was not a forest of trees, but a forest of pillars. Each white trunk was a calcified record of something the bridge had consumed. I reached the end of the wooden slats and stepped onto the ashy soil. It did not feel like dirt. It felt like the ground-up bones of a million dreams. I wandered into the white woods, and the further I went, the more the city felt like a hallucination. The office buildings and the traffic lights were the dreams. This gray silence was the reality. I found a spot beneath a tree that looked like a frozen lightning bolt and sat down. I watched my shadow stretch out across the ash. It was too long. It had too many joints. Hours or years passed. Time is a loop in the white forest. I watched the fog roll in and out like a tide. Occasionally, I would hear the sound of boots on the bridge. Whenever that happened, the forest would go silent. Every pale head would turn toward the sound. We would move as one, shifting through the trees to reach the edge of the ashy soil. We would watch the newcomer. Sometimes it was a hunter with a rifle. Sometimes it was a teenager with a backpack and a sense of adventure. We would wait in the shadows and listen to their heartbeats. To us, that sound was like a drum in a silent cathedral. It was a reminder of the rhythm we had lost. I saw a girl once. She couldn't have been more than 20. She was wearing a bright yellow raincoat that looked like a scream in the middle of a gray room. She was crying and calling out for someone named Marcus. She stood in the middle of the bridge, spinning in circles while the tapping started beneath her feet. I felt a flicker of the old Elia's move in my chest. I wanted to tell her to run. I wanted to tell her that if she just closed her eyes and thought of the sun, she might find a way back. But when I opened my mouth, only a wet hiss came out. I was no longer a person. I was a part of the trap. She didn't make it to the forest. One of the older things, the ones that had been here since the iron was new, reached up from the railing and took her. It was over in a second. There was no blood. There is no blood in the white forest. There is only ash and the sound of something heavy being dragged into the dark. Her yellow raincoat stayed on the bridge for 3 days before the fog finally dissolved it into nothingness. I began to understand my purpose. We are the guardians of the boundary. We are the weight that keeps the bridge anchored to the world of the living. Without us, the bridge would drift away into the void and the connection would be lost. The bridge needs witnesses. It needs victims to remember what it is like to be solid so that it can continue to exist. We are the battery that powers the nightmare. As my transformation deepened, I started to see the bridge for what it really was. It wasn't made of iron and wood. It was made of intent. It was a physical manifestation of the moments when a person feels truly lost. It is the bridge you cross when you realize your life is not what you thought it would be. It is the path you take when you give up. The fog is just the veil of our own confusion. The Pacific Northwest was just the place where the veil happened to be thinnest for me. One day the air changed. It wasn't the copper smell of the forest. It was the scent of salt and ozone. I followed the scent to the edge of the white trees and looked out. The bridge was gone. In its place was a vast gray ocean that stayed perfectly still. There were no waves and no wind, just a flat mirror that reflected the bruised sky. I walked down to the water's edge and looked at my reflection. I was tall now, nearly 7 feet. My face was a smooth oval of pale skin. My mouth was a thin line that never opened. I looked like a statue carved from salt. I reached down and touched the water. It wasn't wet, it was thick like oil. As my finger broke the surface, I saw a vision of the city. I saw my old apartment. There was a new person living there. A woman was hanging pictures on the walls. She was laughing at something a man was saying. They looked so solid. They looked so heavy. I felt a surge of hunger, not the hunger for food, but a hunger for weight. I wanted to feel the gravity of their world again. I wanted to feel the way a chair supports your back or the way a key turns in a lock. I realized then why we hunt. We don't want to kill the people who find the bridge. We want to steal their reality. We want to hitch a ride back to the world of the living by clinging to their memories. I waded into the gray water and began to walk toward the image of the apartment. The water rose to my waist, then my chest. It was like walking through heavy syrup. The image grew brighter. I could see the dust motes dancing in the sunlight of their living room. I reached out a long, pale hand and touched the surface of the vision. It felt warm. It felt like life. But then I saw the woman stop. She turned toward the wall where I was reaching through. She didn't see me, but she felt the cold. She shivered and rubbed her arms. She looked at the man and asked if he felt a draft. He shook his head and went back to his book, but she kept staring at the spot where my fingers were pressing against the air. She looked afraid. In that moment, I remembered the ranger. I remembered his tired eyes and the way he told me to just go home. He knew. He had probably stood where I was standing. He had probably felt the same hunger. But he had chosen to stay in his world and bear the burden of the knowledge. He had chosen to be the gatekeeper on the other side. I pulled my hand back. The vision of the apartment flickered and died. I stood in the gray water in the middle of the silent ocean, and I let go of the hunger. I realized that if I forced my way back, I would only bring the fog with me. I would become the tapping in their walls. I would be the shadow in their mirrors. I would destroy their weight just to feel a second of gravity. I turned around and walked back to the shore. The white forest was waiting for me. The bridge had reappeared, stretching across the water toward a bank of fog that hid the green world. I walked onto the wooden slats and climbed up into the iron trusses. I found a high spot where I could see everything. I sat down and wrapped my long arms around my knees. I am the watcher now. I am the one who sits in the dark and listens for the sound of boots. When they come, I do not reach out. I do not tap on the wood. I stay in the shadows and I try to project the memory of the sun. I try to be the silence that warns them to turn back. Most of them don't listen. Most of them are too curious or too scared to stop. They run right into the arms of the others. But every once in a while someone stops. They stand at the edge of the bridge and they look into the fog and they feel the wrongness of the air. They hear the faint whisper of a name they used to have, and they turn around. They walk back into the green woods and they never look back. When that happens, I feel a phantom warmth in my chest. It is the only thing that keeps me from turning completely to ash. The bridge is a cycle. It is a part of the earth that we aren't supposed to see, but it is there nonetheless. It is the place where the lost things go. I am a lost thing. I have accepted the gray. I have accepted the silence. But if you are reading this through some miracle of the veil, if my words have found a way to remain solid on a page, then listen to me. The fog is not just weather. It is a choice. When the world grows quiet and the path beneath your feet starts to feel like hollow, would you have a split second to decide? You can go forward into the mystery, or you can go back to the boring and the beautiful reality of the green world. Choose the green, choose the heavy, choose the life that is loud and messy and full of light. I can see a new light at the end of the bridge. Someone is coming. They have a flashlight and they are moving slowly. They are calling out a name. I can hear the tapping starting up below them. The others are moving. They are sliding through the trusses like snakes. I stand up and prepare to watch. I will not help the hunters, but I cannot stop them either. I am just a part of the bridge. The person reaches the middle of the span. They stop. They shine their light down at the floorboards. I hold my breath or the memory of a breath. Turn around, I think, just turn around. The flashlight beam sweeps up and hits the truss where I am sitting. For a second our eyes meet, or rather my pits meet their eyes. They scream and drop the light. The flashlight clatters through the gaps in the wood and falls into the abyss. The person begins to run. They aren't running back. They are running toward the forest. They are running toward me. I see their face in the dim gray light. It is a man. He looks tired. He looks like he has been searching for something for a long time. As he gets closer, I realize why he looks familiar. He is wearing a ranger's uniform. It is the man from the station. He didn't come here by accident. He came here to find the ones he couldn't save. He stops at the edge of the ashy soil. He looks at the white trees and the pale figures moving within them. He doesn't look afraid. He looks resigned. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small wooden carving of a bird. He sets it down on the edge of the bridge. It is a tether, a piece of the green world left as a marker. He looks up at me one last time. He nods. Then he turns around and walks back into the fog. He moves with a weight that the bridge cannot steal. He is the anchor. He is the reason the bridge hasn't swallowed everything yet. I watch him until he is gone. The tapping fades. The others retreat into the shadows of the iron. I sit back down and wait. The gray is absolute, but the wooden bird is still there. It is a small brown spot in a world of white. It is enough. I will stay here and watch the bird. I will be the memory of the bridge so that you don't have to be. Stay out of the fog, stay on the map. The bridge is full and I am tired of watching people cross. Keep your feet on the dirt and your eyes on the horizon. The white forest is no place for the living, and I am the only one left to tell you why. The tapping is starting again. It is time for me to fade. If you see the bridge, just keep running. Do not look down. Just keep running until you feel the grass beneath your feet again. And once you are safe, never speak of the bridge to anyone. Some things are better left in the fog where they belong. The wooden bird sat on the edge of the iron span like a stubborn heart. It was the only thing in this gray expanse that possessed a shadow with sharp edges. Everything else was blurred by the hunger of the mist. I watched it for what felt like centuries. The grain of the wood was a map of a world I could no longer touch. I could see the rings of the tree it came from. I could see the mark of the knife that shaped the wings. It was a silent protest against the void. The others did not like it. They skittered away from the small carving as if it were a hot coal. To them, the bird was a reminder of the weight they had traded for the ease of the air. To me, it was a lighthouse. I shifted my weight on the rusted beam. The metal did not groan. It hummed a low note that resonated in my hollow chest. I began to notice that the bridge was breathing. The fog would pull back with every inhalation and then surge forward with a wet sigh. With every breath, the bridge was reaching further into the world of the living. It was searching for more than just hikers now. It was searching for the foundations of cities. It was searching for the places where people felt the most alone. I realized then that my apartment had not been a random door. It had been a weakness in the fabric of the reality I once knew. My isolation had been the invitation. I looked back toward the white forest. The pillars were taller now. They were beginning to knit together at the top to form a vaulted ceiling of bone and ash. The forest was becoming a cathedral. I saw the others moving through the branches. They were no longer just watching. They were building. They were weaving the fog into thick ropes and draping them over the iron trusses. They were preparing for something. A great migration was coming. The bridge was not just a trap anymore. It was a tongue. It was tasting the air of the green world, and it liked what it found. I climbed down from my perch. My movements were silent and fluid. I reached the wooden bird and sat beside it. I put my long, translucent hand near the carving. I did not touch it. I knew that my cold skin would turn the wood to ash. I just wanted to be near the memory of the sun. As I sat there, I heard a sound that did not belong in the white. It was the sound of a radio. It was faint and filled with static, but it was there. It was a human voice. It was talking about the weather. It was talking about a storm front moving in from the coast. The sound was coming from the wooden bird. The ranger had left more than just a carving. He had left a bridge of his own. I leaned my head close to the wood. The voice was distorted, but I could make out the words. It was a loop of a broadcast from 3 years ago. It was the day I had first seen the bridge in the woods. The voice was calm and steady. It spoke of high-pressure systems and clear skies. It was a lie. There had been no clear skies that day. There had only been the fog. I realized the ranger was trying to tell me something. He was showing me the moment the overlap began. He was showing me that the bridge had been feeding on our perception of the world for a long time. It had grown strong on our doubts and our fears. It had become a physical reality because we had stopped believing in the ground beneath our feet. I looked at my hands again. The gray marrow was pulsing. I was a battery. We were all batteries. Our memories were the fuel that kept the iron from rusting away into nothingness. I stood up and looked toward the green world. The fog was thick, but I could see the faint glow of the city lights far in the distance. They looked like embers in a dying fire. I felt a sudden, desperate need to protect them. I was no longer Elias, the man who lived on the 12th floor, but I was still the one who had written the warning. I was still the one who knew the truth. I could not leave the bridge, but I could change my place within it. I began to walk back toward the center of the span. The others hissed as I passed. They sensed the change in me. They sensed the weight of the wooden bird that I was now carrying in my mind. I reached the highest point of the iron structure. I climbed until the air was so thin I could see the stars through the bruised sky. They were not the stars I remembered. They were cold and jagged like broken glass. I reached out and grabbed the main suspension cable. It was cold enough to shatter bone, but I did not let go. I began to hum. It was not the hum of the bridge. It was a song my mother used to sing when the power went out during summer storms. It was a song about the rain and the way the grass smells when the clouds break. I poured every memory of the green world into that song. I thought of the way the sun feels on the back of a neck. I thought of the sound of a lawnmower 3 houses away. I thought of the taste of a cold apple. I thought of the weight of a heavy blanket on a winter night. The bridge began to shake. The low vibration of the bees turned into a roar of protest. The others dropped from the beams and fled toward the white forest. They could not handle the density of the memories. The iron beneath my feet began to glow with a dull orange heat. I was burning the bridge from the inside out. I was using my own fading humanity as a torch. The fog began to boil. It turned from white to a dirty yellow and then to a searing black. I saw the city again. It was closer now. I could see the windows of my apartment building. I could see the woman hanging the pictures. She stopped and looked toward the window. This time she did not look afraid. She looked curious. She walked over to the glass and put her hand against it. On my side of the veil, I put my hand against the iron cable. For a brief second, the two worlds touched. I felt the warmth of her hand through the centuries of ice. I felt the solid reality of the brick and mortar. The bridge gave a final agonizing groan. The wooden planks began to snap and fall into the gray water below. The iron trusses twisted and buckled. I felt myself falling. I was no longer a guardian. I was no longer a watcher. I was just a ghost in a collapsing house. As I tumbled through the dark, I saw the white forest start to dissolve. The pillars crumbled into fine dust. The others vanished into the mist like smoke in a gale. The bridge was retreating. It was folding back into the cracks of the world where it belonged. I hit the water. It was not thick like oil anymore. It was cold and wet and filled with the taste of salt. I sank deep into the dark. I did not try to swim. I let the weight of the water press against me. It felt wonderful. It felt like being held. I closed my eyes and let the last of the gray marrow leak out of my bones. I was becoming light. I was becoming a part of the ocean. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on a bank of wet moss. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. I could hear the sound of a distant woodpecker. The sun was filtering through the canopy in long golden shafts. I tried to move my hand. It was heavy. It was solid. I looked at my skin. It was pink and creased and covered in dirt. I was flesh and bone again. I was back in the green woods. I stood up slowly. My joints ached and my head throbbed with the rhythm of a real heartbeat. I looked around for the bridge. There was nothing but an old overgrown logging road and a few rusted scraps of metal half buried in the dirt. The iron span was gone. The white forest was a dream that was already starting to fade. I reached into my pocket and felt a small hard object. I pulled it out. It was the wooden bird. It was charred and blackened as if it had been through a fire, but the shape was still there. I began to walk. I did not know where I was, but I knew which way was south. I followed the slope of the land. I moved toward the sound of the traffic. It took me hours to reach the highway. When I finally stepped onto the asphalt, the sun was starting to set. A car slowed down and pulled over. A man leaned out the window. He looked worried. He asked if I was okay. He asked if I had been lost in the woods. I looked at him. I saw the weight of his life in the lines around his eyes. I saw the reality of his car and the smell of his coffee. I wanted to tell him everything. I wanted to tell him about the tapping on the window and the 12 floors and the bridge that reached across the world. But I knew the words would not work. The language of the white world does not belong here. It is a poison that dissolves the solid things. I told him I was just a hiker who had taken a wrong turn. I told him I was fine. He gave me a ride to the nearest town. I sat in the passenger seat and watched the trees go by. They were just trees. They were not pillars of ash. They were beautiful and messy and full of life. When he dropped me off at a gas station, I thanked him and watched him drive away. I stood under the bright fluorescent lights of the parking lot and felt the gravity of the earth pulling at my boots. I never went back to my apartment. I left everything behind. The records on my desk, the warning I had written, the life I had built. None of it mattered anymore. I moved to a small town in the desert where the air is dry and the horizon is always clear. I work in a hardware store. I spend my days surrounded by solid things, hammers and nails and bags of concrete. I like the weight of them. I like the way they resist the wind. I still dream of the fog sometimes. I dream of the feeling of being 7 feet tall and having no mouth. I dream of the tapping on the glass. But when I wake up, I feel the heat of the desert sun on my face and I know that I am real. I keep the wooden bird on my nightstand. It is a reminder of the price of the green world. It is a reminder that the world is much larger and much hungrier than we were ever meant to know, but it is also a place where a small piece of wood can hold back the void. Sometimes at night when the moon is full and the shadows are long, I look toward the mountains. I wonder if the bridge is still out there. I wonder if someone else is sitting in the trusses watching the fog roll in. I wonder if the ranger is still walking the line between the worlds. I hope they are. I hope there is always someone there to call Putadek Tuinus, the memory of the sun. I hope there is always someone to tell the lost ones to turn back. The world is a fragile thing. It is held together by the weight of our attention. It is held together by the stories we tell and the things we choose to believe in. If we stop looking, the fog will always be waiting to fill the gap. If we stop caring, the bridge will always be there to offer a way across. But as long as we keep our feet on the dirt and our eyes on the horizon, the white forest will stay where it belongs. It will stay in the gaps between the maps. It will stay in the moments when we forget who we are. I am Elias and I am no longer a cross. I am here. I am heavy. I am solid, and I am never going back to the bridge. I have seen the white and I have chosen the green. I have seen the silence and I have chosen the noise. I am a part of the world again, and that is enough. The tapping has stopped. The dragging is over. I am home. The desert is a different kind of silence. It is a dry silence that cracks under the heat of the sun rather than the damp, suffocating quiet of the bridge. Here the ground does not give way. The sand is ancient and heavy, and it remembers the weight of everything that walks upon it. I work in a small shop on the edge of a town that most people only pass through on their way to somewhere else. I sell galvanized nails and thick coils of yellow rope and heavy bags of quick-setting concrete. I like the smell of the shop. It smells of iron and dust and the honest sweat of men who build things to last. There is no fog here. The air is so clear it feels like a lens. You can see the mountains 50 miles away, and you can see the jagged shadow of every cactus as the sun moves across the sky. I live in a small house made of sun-dried brick. It has thick walls that hold the coolness of the night long into the burning afternoon. I do not have a television. I do not have a radio. I have a collection of smooth stones I found in a dry creek bed, and I have the wooden bird. I keep the bird on a shelf near the door. Sometimes when the wind picks up and rattles the window panes, I look at the bird to make sure its shadow is still sharp. As long as the shadow has edges, I know I am still in the green world. Even here in the brown and gold of the desert, the world is green because it is alive. It is heavy with the burden of existing, and that is the greatest gift I have ever received. 6 months after I arrived in the desert, a man walked into the shop. He was wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a denim jacket that had seen better days. He didn't look like a local. He looked like someone who had been driving for a very long time. He walked up to the counter and laid a map out across the wood. It was an old topographical map of the Pacific Northwest. My heart skipped a beat, but I kept my hand steady as I leaned over the counter. He pointed to a spot near the coast where the green of the forest met the blue of the ocean. He asked me if I had ever heard of a bridge in that area. He said he was looking for a brother who had gone missing 3 years ago. I looked at the map. I saw the contour lines and the thin blue veins of the rivers. I saw the empty space where the bridge would be if the bridge wanted to be found. I looked the man in the eye. I saw the same desperate hunger I had seen in the ranger. I saw the need for an answer that would never come. I told him that I had spent some time in those woods once. I told him that the terrain was treacherous and the weather could turn in a heartbeat. I told him that sometimes people wander off the trail and the forest just closes up behind them. I told him there was no bridge on any map I had ever seen. He looked disappointed, but he didn't leave. He stayed and talked for a while. He told me his brother had been a photographer. He said his brother had been obsessed with capturing a specific kind of light that only appeared during heavy coastal fogs. He showed me a photograph his brother had mailed him just before he disappeared. It was a picture of a wall of gray mist. At first it looked like nothing, but as I stared at it, I saw the faint outline of an iron truss. It was a ghost of a shape. It was a memory of a structure that should not have been there. I felt a cold chill run down my spine despite the 100-degree heat outside. I handed the photo back to him and told him to go home. I told him that his brother was gone and that searching for him in the fog would only lead to more empty chairs at the dinner table. He looked at me with a sudden intensity. He asked me how I knew about the fog. I hadn't mentioned it. I realized then that the bridge leaves a mark on you that never quite fades. It changes the way you stand and the way you look at the horizon. It makes you a part of the gray even after you have fought your way back to the light. I told him I had seen a lot of people get lost in my time, and the fog was always the beginning of the end. After he left, I closed the shop early. I went home and sat in the dark. I thought about the ranger and the wooden bird. I thought about the woman in my old apartment and the way her hand had felt through the veil. I realized that the bridge was not just a place. It was a wound in the world. It was a leak that could never be fully plugged. The ranger was still out there walking the line, and I was here hiding in the desert. I felt a sudden surge of guilt. I had escaped, but I had left the door open behind me. I had warned people to stay away, but I hadn't done anything to stop the bridge from reaching out. That night I dreamed of the tapping again. It wasn't on a window this time. It was coming from inside my own chest. I woke up drenched in sweat and the room felt too small. The walls of my brick house felt like they were made of paper. I looked at the wooden bird on the shelf, and for a split second it looked gray. I scrambled out of bed and grabbed a flashlight. I shone the beam on the carving. The wood was brown, the grain was deep, the shadow was sharp. I leaned against the wall and waited for my heart to slow down. I realized that the desert was not a fortress. It was just a different kind of hiding spot. I spent the next few days thinking about the map the man had shown me. I thought about the empty space between the rivers. I knew that the bridge fed on isolation and the lack of witnesses. It grew in the places where people stopped looking. I decided that I couldn't just wait for the gray to find me again. I needed to do something to anchor the reality of that place. I went back to the shop and gathered a few things. I took a heavy sledgehammer, a box of long steel stakes, and a roll of bright orange surveyor tape. I put them in the back of my old truck and started driving north. It took me 3 days to reach the coast. The air grew damp and the smell of salt began to replace the scent of dry sage. I felt the old familiar dread twisting in my gut as the trees grew taller and the light began to dim. I found the trailhead where I had first entered the woods all those years ago. It was overgrown and nearly invisible, but I remembered the way. I strapped the sledgehammer to my pack and started walking. I didn't bring a map. I didn't need one. I could feel the pull of the bridge like a magnet in my teeth. As I climbed higher into the mountains, the fog began to roll in. It wasn't the thick, suffocating wall of the bridge yet, but it was a warning. I stopped at the edge of a deep ravine and looked down. I could see the tops of the trees poking through the mist like the masts of sunken ships. I knew the bridge was close. I could hear the faint hum of the bees in the distance. I took out the steel stakes and the sledgehammer. I began to drive the stakes into the solid earth at regular intervals along the ridge. Each strike of the hammer echoed through the woods like a heartbeat. I was marking the boundary. I was creating a line of iron and intent that the bridge would have to fight against. I tied the bright orange tape from stake to stake, creating a physical barrier that screamed with color against the muted tones of the forest. I worked until my hands were blistered and my shoulders ached. I poured all of my fear and all of my anger into every swing of the hammer. I was claiming this land for the living. I was telling the fog that it could not have this ridge. I was telling the bridge that its time of hiding in the shadows was over. When I reached the spot where the old logging road ended, I saw it. The fog parted for a brief second, and I saw the iron trusses shimmering in the air. It looked fragile now. It looked like a cobweb caught in a breeze. I saw a figure standing at the edge of the span. It was the ranger. He looked older and his uniform was tattered, but he was still there. He was holding a flashlight that was dimming, but he was still pointing it into the dark. He saw me and he raised a hand in a slow, weary wave. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. We were the guardians of the threshold. I finished the line of stakes and stood at the edge of the ravine. The bridge was close enough that I could feel the cold radiating from the metal. I looked at the ranger and I saw the toll the bridge had taken on him. He was fading. His edges were becoming blurred. He had stayed too long and he was becoming a part of the iron. I realized then that the bridge always needed a watcher. It needed someone to bridge the gap between the gray and the green. If he left, the bridge would collapse, but it would also take everything with it. It would become an unanchored void that would swallow the forest whole. I took the wooden bird out of my pocket. I looked at the charred wings and the tiny beak. This bird had survived the collapse of the bridge once before. It was a piece of the world that had refused to be erased. I walked to the very edge of the dirt where the grass stopped growing and the ashy soil began. I knelt down and buried the bird in the earth at the base of the last steel stake. I covered it with heavy stones and pressed my palm against the ground. I gave the earth my weight and my memory and my promise. The bridge groaned, the iron shivered, and the fog began to retreat. The ranger nodded one last time and then he stepped back into the mist. He didn't disappear. He just became a part of the structure again, a silent sentinel in the trusses. I stood up and walked away. I didn't look back. I followed the orange tape back down the mountain. I followed the sound of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. I walked until the air felt heavy and the sun began to break through the clouds. I returned to the desert, but I am different now. I still work in the shop and I still live in the brick house, but I no longer feel like I am hiding. I am a part of a network of anchors. I know there are others out there who have seen the bridge and have chosen to stay on the map. We are the ones who drive the stakes and tie the tape. We are the ones who remember the smell of rain and the taste of salt. We are the reason the world stays solid. Sometimes people ask me why I moved to the desert. They ask me if I miss the green of the coast. I tell them that the green is always there if you know where to look. I tell them that the world is a heavy place and that is why it is beautiful. I tell them to keep their eyes on the horizon and to never trust a fog that doesn't smell like the sea. They usually laugh and think I am just an eccentric old man who has spent too much time in the sun. I let them think that. It is better that they don't know. It is better that they keep their feet on the dirt and their hearts in the light. I still have the stones from the creek bed. I keep them in a bowl on my table. They are smooth and heavy and real. Every morning I pick one up and hold it in my hand. I feel the cool surface and the solid weight of it. I remind myself that I am Elias and I am a part of the earth. I remind myself that the bridge is just a shadow and shadows cannot survive the noon sun. The tapping has not returned. The dragging is a memory. I am here and the world is loud and messy and full of light. That is enough. It will always be enough. The desert wind blows outside my window. It carries the scent of dust and distant rain. I sit in my chair and watch the shadows stretch across the floor. They are long and dark and their edges are as sharp as a knife. I close my eyes and listen to the sound of my own breathing. It is steady and rhythmic. It is the sound of a living thing. The bridge is a cycle, but so is the sun. Every night the dark comes and every morning the light returns. I am a part of that cycle now. I am an anchor in the shifting sand. I am a witness to the solid world, and I will stay here as long as the earth needs someone to hold the line. The seasons in the desert do not change with the color of the leaves, but with the angle of the light and the intensity of the silence. In the winter, the air becomes a thin sheet of glass that feels like it might shatter if you speak too loudly. In the summer, the heat is a physical weight that presses you down into the earth. I have learned to love both. I have learned that the harshness of this place is a form of protection. The white forest cannot take root in a place where the water is a memory, and the sun burns away anything that does not have a soul. I spent my mornings at the hardware store helping the ranchers and the builders who came in for supplies. They were men of few words, and their hands were calloused and stained with grease. I liked the way they looked at the world. They saw a fence that needed fixing or a pump that had seized up. They saw problems that could be solved with a wrench or a hammer. They did not look for the gaps between the atoms. They did not wonder if the horizon was a lie. I became a fixture in the town. People knew me as the man who never laughed but always had the right size bolt for a rusted engine. I found a strange peace in the repetition of the work. I counted the inventory and I swept the floor and I listened to the hum of the overhead fans. It was a rhythm that kept the internal ticking at bay. I stopped looking for the tapping on the glass because I knew the glass was thick enough to hold. I stopped checking the shadows because I knew the sun here was too honest to hide a monster. But the memory of the bridge is a persistent thing. It is like a splinter that has worked its way deep into the muscle. You can forget it is there for weeks at a time, but then you move a certain way or the wind blows from a certain direction and you feel that sharp, familiar sting. One Tuesday in late October, a woman came into the shop. She was young with hair the color of parched grass and eyes that seemed to be looking at something miles behind me. She didn't look at the tools or the lumber. She walked straight to the back where I was sorting through a bin of brass fittings. She stood there for a long time just watching me work. I didn't look up at first. I waited for her to ask for a specific part or a price, but she remained silent. When I finally raised my head, I saw that she was holding a small piece of gray stone in her hand. It was perfectly smooth and oval, and it had the dull matte finish of something that had been tumbled in a river of ash. My breath hitched in my throat. I knew that stone. I had seen thousands of them lining the path to the bridge. She laid the stone on the wooden counter between us. She said her name was Clara, and she told me she had been traveling for 3 months. She said she started in the mountains of the north and had been following a feeling ever since. She didn't talk about maps or photographs. She talked about a sound. She said she could hear a low vibration in the ground like a giant machine buried deep underground. She said the sound got louder whenever she moved toward the dry places. She looked at the heavy sledgehammer hanging on the wall behind me, and then she looked at my hands. She asked me if I was the one who had driven the stakes into the ridge. I didn't answer her right away. I picked up the stone. It was cold. It was unnaturally cold for a day when the desert was baking at 90 degrees. It felt like a piece of ice that refused to melt. I told her that she should keep moving. I told her that the desert was a dangerous place for people who listened to the ground. I told her that the heat did strange things to the mind and that she should find a city with bright lights and loud music. She smiled then, and it was the saddest thing I had ever seen. She told me that the lights didn't help. She said the lights just made the shadows darker. She said she had seen the ranger too. She had found him sitting on a stump near the trailhead, and he had told her to look for the man who smelled of cedar and iron. I felt a sudden rush of anger. I had tried to close that door. I had tried to bury the memory of that place under 1,000 miles of sand and rock. But the bridge was not done with me. It was using the people I had left behind to pull me back into its orbit. I took Clara to my small brick house that evening. I didn't want to, but I couldn't leave her standing in the middle of the street with that gray stone in her hand. I made her a cup of strong coffee, and we sat at the wooden table. The wooden bird sat on the shelf above us, watching with its sightless eyes. I told her everything. I told her about the 12 floors and the 12 miles. I told her about the man who had become a pillar of ash and the woman who had reached out from the other side. I told her about the tapping and the dragging and the way the world dissolved when you stepped onto the iron trusses. She listened without blinking. She didn't seem surprised. She seemed relieved. She said she had been starting to think she was losing her mind. She said the world had felt thin to her since she was a child. She stayed in the town for a month. She took a job at the local diner, and she rented a room in a boarding house down the road. We didn't talk much after that first night, but I saw her every day. We would pass each other on the sidewalk, and we would share a look that no one else in the town could understand. It was a look of recognition. We were both survivors of a war that no one else knew was being fought. We were the anchors. I started to realize that I couldn't just be a witness. I couldn't just hide in the desert and hope the fog would stay away. The bridge was a living thing, and it was growing. The man with the photograph and now Clara were proof that the boundaries were failing. The weight of our attention was not enough. I began to spend my nights in the workshop behind my house. I didn't make furniture or birdhouses. I made anchors. I took heavy iron bars and welded them into intricate shapes that looked like oversized jacks. I etched symbols into the metal that I remembered from the old books in the ranger's cabin. I didn't know what they meant, but I knew how they felt. They felt like gravity. They felt like the roots of an oak tree. I painted them a deep matte black so they would absorb the light. I worked until my eyes were red and my lungs were full of iron dust. I was building a perimeter. I was preparing for the day when the desert silence would turn into the damp quiet of the forest. One night the wind stopped blowing. It was a sudden and absolute stillness that made the hair on my arms stand up. I walked out onto my porch and looked toward the mountains. The stars were bright, but they seemed distant and cold. There was a faint shimmer in the air, and for a moment I thought I saw a line of white trees standing on the edge of the dunes. I grabbed my flashlight and ran to the boarding house. Clara was already standing outside on the porch. She was wearing a heavy coat, and she had a backpack slumped over her shoulder. She didn't say a word. She just pointed toward the horizon. The fog was coming. It wasn't rolling in like a storm. It was bleeding out of the ground. It was a pale gray mist that smelled of wet earth and old metal. We got into my truck and drove toward the edge of town. I had the iron anchors in the back and they rattled against each other like funeral bells. We drove until the road ended and the sand began. The fog was thicker here and the headlights of the truck could barely pierce through it. I stopped the vehicle and we got out. The air was freezing. I could see my breath blooming in front of me like white flowers. We began to set the anchors. We dragged them into the sand and buried them deep. We linked them together with heavy chains that I had treated with salt and iron. We worked in silence as the fog swirled around our ankles. I could feel the bridge. I could feel the iron trusses reaching out through the mist trying to find a place to latch onto the world. As we worked, I heard the tapping. It wasn't coming from a window. It was coming from the air itself. A rhythmic metallic sound that echoed through the dunes, tapping, tapping, tapping. I looked at Clara and saw that she was shivering, but her hands were steady. She was holding the chain as I hammered the last anchor into the ground. Then the sound changed. The tapping stopped and was replaced by a low grinding noise. It was the sound of a massive structure shifting under its own weight. I looked up and saw the bridge. It was hovering just above the sand, a ghost of 1,000 tons of steel. It was beautiful and terrifying, and it was hungry. It wanted the desert. It wanted the heat and the stones and the people who lived in the brick houses. I stood on top of the buried anchor and I shouted into the fog. I told the bridge that this place was taken. I told it that the sand was too heavy and the sun was too bright. I told it that I was Elias and I was solid and I would not let it pass. The fog surged forward and for a moment I felt the familiar weightlessness. I felt my feet leave the ground and I felt the cold air of the 12 floors rushing into my lungs. But then I felt Clara's hand on my arm. She was leaning into the wind, her boots buried deep in the sand. She was anchoring me. The chain between the iron anchors began to glow with a faint blue light and the bridge recoiled. The grinding sound turned into a high-pitched scream and then there was a flash of white light that blinded me. When I opened my eyes, the fog was gone. The desert was silent and the stars were back in their places. The iron anchors were still there buried in the sand, but the chains had turned to ash. Clara was sitting on the ground breathing hard. We sat there for a long time watching the sun begin to peek over the edge of the mountains. The sky turned a deep bruised purple and then a vibrant orange. The light hit the sand and the world felt heavy again. I reached out and touched a stone. It was warm. It was real. We had held the line. We had told the bridge that the world was not ready to be forgotten. We drove back to town in the early morning light. The people were starting to wake up and the smell of coffee was beginning to fill the air. The hardware store was waiting for me and the diner was waiting for Clara. We didn't talk about what had happened. We didn't have to. We knew that the bridge was still out there and we knew that it would try again. But we also knew that we were not alone. There were anchors everywhere. There were people who chose the green and the brown and the red of the living world every single day. There were people who built things to last and people who remembered the names of the lost. I still keep the wooden bird on my shelf. Its shadow is still sharp. Sometimes I think about the ranger and I wonder if he felt the flash of light in the forest. I hope he did. I hope he knows that the line is being held in the desert too. I am Elias and I am a part of the world. I am the man who sells nails and I am the man who drives iron stakes into the earth. I am heavy and I am solid and I am here. The desert is a place of long shadows and deep silences, but it is also a place where the sun never forgets to rise. And as long as the sun rises, I will be here to meet it. The white forest is a memory and the bridge is a ghost. I have chosen the noise and the heat and the weight of being alive, and that is more than enough. It is everything. The winter that followed the night at the dunes was the longest I had ever known. It was not a winter of snow or ice, but a winter of clarity. The desert air became so thin and so sharp that every object in the landscape seemed to be outlined in ink. I spent my days at the hardware store and my nights in the workshop, but the nature of my work had shifted. I was no longer building for a specific threat. I was building for the permanence of the world. I began to forge smaller anchors, pieces of iron no larger than a coin, etched with the same heavy symbols. I gave them to the ranchers who came in complaining of strange dreams or a sudden chill in their barns. I told them they were good luck charms for the foundations of their homes. They took them with a nod, their rough fingers tracing the grooves in the metal, and I felt the network grow. Clara stayed at the diner, but she became a different kind of presence in the town. She was the one who noticed when the birds stopped singing in the middle of the afternoon. She was the one who could smell the ozone before a dry lightning storm. We did not speak of the bridge in public, but once a week she would come to my brick house and we would sit in the silence of the desert night. We were like two soldiers guarding a past that no one else believed existed. She told me about the things she had seen in the north, the way the rivers sometimes flowed backward and how the trees in certain valleys had no shadows. She said the bridge was not just a place, but a symptom of a world that was tired of being heavy. It was an invitation to let go, to float away into the gray and the quiet. I understood that more than I wanted to admit. There were mornings when the weight of my own body felt like a burden, when the dust in my lungs and the ache in my joints made the idea of the white forest seem almost peaceful. In the forest, there was no pain. There was no hunger. There was only the steady, rhythmic pulse of the void. But then I would look at the bowl of stones on my table. I would feel the warmth of the sun on my neck and the smell of frying onions from the kitchen. I would remember the sound of a hammer hitting a nail and the way the earth felt under my boots after a rain. These were the things that anchored me. These were the things worth the heaviness. In February, a man arrived in a black car that looked like it had been driven through a salt flat. He was thin and wore a suit that was too large for his frame. He came into the hardware store and didn't look at the tools. He walked straight to the counter and placed a photograph in front of me. It was a picture of a bridge, but not the one I had stood upon. This bridge was made of stone and vines, and it spanned a gorge that looked like it belonged in a different century. The man asked me if I knew how to fix things that were broken from the inside. He said his town was losing its color. He said the children were starting to draw trees with white leaves and that the dogs wouldn't stop howling at the sky. I looked at his hands and saw the telltale signs of the fog. His fingernails were turning a translucent gray, and his skin had the texture of parchment. He was fading. I didn't give him a wrench or a hammer. I went to the back of the shop and brought out one of the heavy iron jacks I had welded. I told him he had to go back and bury it under the oldest tree in his town. I told him he had to gather the people and tell them to remember the names of their grandfathers. I told him that the world only stays solid if we agree to keep it that way. He took the iron with a trembling hand, and for a moment I saw a spark of weight return to his eyes. He left without another word, and I watched his car disappear into the shimmering heat of the road. That encounter changed something in me. I realized that the desert was not a hiding place, it was a forge. The bridge was reaching out across the entire map, looking for the weak spots, the places where people had forgotten how to be heavy. I began to write letters. I didn't have addresses, so I sent them to hardware stores and post offices in small towns I had seen on old maps. I wrote about the smell of cedar and the importance of iron. I wrote about the danger of the fog that doesn't smell like the sea. I signed them Elias, a watcher. I don't know if any of them were read, but the act of writing was another anchor. It was a way of casting a line out into the world and hoping someone on the other end would catch it. Spring brought the blooms. The desert floor erupted in a riot of yellow and purple wildflowers that lasted only a few days before the sun scorched them away. I walked out into the dunes with Clara and we stood among the blossoms. The air was thick with the scent of pollen and life. It was a defiant display of color in a place that usually preferred the brown and the gray. Clara reached down and picked a small desert lily. She held it up to the light and we watched the way the petals vibrated in the wind. She said the bridge hates the spring. She said the bridge can't understand something that dies just to come back again. The bridge only knows how to stay the same forever. That night the tapping returned. It wasn't on the glass. It was inside my own head, a slow, methodical beat that matched the rhythm of my heart. I sat up in bed, the sheets damp with sweat. The room was dark, but the shadows felt different. They felt like they were leaning toward me, reaching out with long, smoky fingers. I didn't panic. I got out of bed and walked to the kitchen. I took a stone from the bowl and held it tight in my fist. I walked to the shelf and picked up the wooden bird. I whispered the names of the people I had known at the coast. I whispered the names of the ranchers who bought my nails. I reclaimed my space inch by inch until the tapping faded into the sound of the wind. The next morning, I went to the workshop and started a new project. I wasn't making anchors anymore. I was making a map. I took a large sheet of plywood and began to etch the lines of the world as I knew it. I marked the mountains and the rivers and the towns where I had sent my letters. I used different types of wood and metal to represent the different textures of the earth. I spent weeks on it, carving the valleys and soldering the peaks. It was a physical manifestation of the solid world. When it was finished, I hung it on the wall of the hardware store. People would stop and look at it, running their fingers over the ridges and the plains. They didn't know it was a map of a battlefield. They just thought it was a beautiful piece of art. One afternoon, a young boy came into the shop with his father. The boy was looking at the map, and he asked me why there was a gap in the mountains to the north. I looked at the spot he was pointing to, and I realized I had left a small space empty, a place where the wood was smooth and unmarked. It was the location of the bridge. I told the boy that some places are still waiting to be found. I told him that it was his job to make sure that when he found them, he brought a heavy stone with him. The father laughed and patted the boy on the head, but the boy looked at me with a seriousness that made my heart ache. He understood. Even at his age, he knew that the world was something that had to be held onto. Summer returned with a vengeance. The heat became a living thing that prowled the streets of the town. The hardware store was a sanctuary of shade and the smell of oil. Clara spent more time at my house now, as the diner had become too loud and the boarding house too cramped. We sat on the porch in the evenings, watching the sun set behind the mountains. The sky would turn a deep, bloody red, and for a few minutes, the world felt like it was on fire. We talked about the future, but not the kind of future most people imagine. We didn't talk about travel or money. We talked about how long the iron anchors would last in the sand. We talked about who would take over the watch when we were gone. I began to teach Clara how to work the forge. I showed her how to heat the metal until it was the color of a dying star and how to strike it with enough force to change its shape without breaking its spirit. She was a natural. Her hands were steady and she had a patience that I lacked. We worked together in the heat of the workshop, the sparks flying around us like tiny, angry suns. We were making something larger now, a central anchor that we would bury in the heart of the town. It was a massive pillar of iron and stone, etched with every symbol we knew and some that we had discovered in the patterns of the desert-cracked earth. We buried the pillar on a night when the moon was a thin sliver of silver. We dug a hole in the center of the town square, right under the old clock tower that hadn't worked in 20 years. No one saw us. The town was asleep, dreaming its heavy, dusty dreams. We lowered the pillar into the earth and covered it with dirt and gravel. As the last shovel of soil went in, I felt a shudder go through the ground. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a settling. It was the sound of the town being pinned to the map. I looked up at the clock tower, and for the first time in 2 decades, the minute hand moved. It was just a small click, but in the silence of the night, it sounded like a gunshot. The years began to blur together after that. The seasons cycled through their colors and their silences. I grew older, my hair turning the color of wood ash and my back bowing under the weight of the years. But I never felt weak. Every gray hair was a testament to another year I had stayed on the map. Every ache was a reminder that I was still made of flesh and bone. Clara stayed too. She became the woman who ran the diner and later the woman who owned the boarding house. We were the elders of the town, the ones people came to when they felt the world becoming too light. We gave them stones and iron and stories about the sun. The bridge never came back to the desert. The perimeter we built held firm. Sometimes on the nights when the fog rolled in from the distant coast, I would see a faint shimmer on the horizon, a ghost of a steel truss or a white leaf blowing in the wind, but it couldn't get close. The desert was too honest. The heat was too real. The town stayed solid, a small island of certainty in a world that was slowly losing its grip. I continued to work in the shop until my hands could no longer hold the heavy tools. Even then, I would sit in the chair by the window and watch the people go by. I watched the children grow up and have children of their own. I watched the town change and stay the same. One evening, I sat on my porch and watched a young man walk down the street. He was carrying a backpack and looking at a map, his brow furrowed in concentration. He stopped in front of my house and looked up at me. He asked if this was the place where the man who smelled of cedar lived. I smiled and gestured for him to sit down. He told me he had come from a city far to the east, a place where the skyscrapers were starting to turn into mist and the people were forgetting how to speak. He said he had found a letter in an old post office, a letter signed by someone named Elias. I looked at the young man and saw the fear in his eyes, but I also saw the strength. He had walked a long way to find a reason to stay heavy. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone I had found in the creek bed so many years ago. I placed it in his hand and told him the story of the bridge. I told him about the 12 floors and the 12 miles. I told him about the ranger and the wooden bird. I told him that the world is a heavy place and that is why it is beautiful. He listened with the same intensity that the boy in the hardware store had shown years before. When I was finished, I took him to the workshop. I showed him the forge and the iron and the symbols. I told him that the watch never ends, but that he didn't have to do it alone. I told him that there was a whole network of anchors out there, people he would never meet who were holding the line just like he would. He stayed with us for a while, learning the trade and the secrets of the earth. He became a new kind of anchor, a bridge between the old world and the one that was still trying to be born. I am very old now. My breath is slow and my eyes are dim, but my heart is as heavy as a mountain. I sit in my brick house and listen to the sounds of the town. I hear the laughter of children and the clatter of tools. I hear the wind blowing through the desert and the steady ticking of the clock in the tower. The wooden bird is still on the shelf, its charred wings a reminder of a fire that couldn't consume it. I am not afraid of the dark. I know that the sun will rise, and I know that the world will be there to meet it. I look at my hands, gnarled and stained with the work of a lifetime. They are the hands of a man who chose to stay. They are the hands of an anchor. I close my eyes and I can feel the entire network, the thousands of iron stakes and stones and promises that are holding the world together. I feel the ranger in his trusses and Clara in her diner and the young man in the workshop. We are the reason the world stays solid. We are the ones who remember. The bridge is just a shadow, and shadows cannot survive the noon sun. I am Elias, and I am a part of the earth. That is enough. It will always be enough. The desert wind blows outside my window. It carries the scent of dust and distant rain. I am here. The world is loud and messy and full of light. I take one last deep breath, feeling the weight of the air in my lungs. It is a good weight. It is the weight of being alive. I lean back in my chair and let the silence of the desert wrap around me like a warm blanket. The line is being held. The map is still true. The world is solid, and I am finally truly at peace. The young man I had trained was named Julian, and and he had the hands of a sculptor but the heart of a blacksmith. He understood that the weight of the world was not a punishment but a privilege. After I could no longer lift the heavy hammer, I sat in the corner of the workshop on a stool made of sturdy oak and watched him work. The orange glow of the forge illuminated the deep lines of his face as he obsessed over the purity of the iron. He was not just making tools anymore. He was making anchors that looked like everyday objects. He made door hinges that could hold back a hurricane of unreality. He made window latches that refused to let the gray fog seep through the glass. He made horse bits that kept the animals grounded when the air turned thin and the coyotes started to howl with human voices. I told him about the early days in the desert when the silence felt like a threat. I told him how Clara and I had walked the perimeter of the town every night for a year, burying iron shavings in the sand to create a circle of salt and metal. Julian listened while he worked, the rhythmic strike of his hammer providing the heartbeat to my stories. He asked me once if the white forest ever called out to me in my sleep. I told him that it did, but the voice of the forest was like the sound of a distant radio station that was mostly static. It was easy to ignore when you had the smell of wood smoke and the taste of cold water to remind you where you belonged. Clara passed away during a particularly vibrant autumn. She did not fade like the people who touched the bridge. She went out like a coal that had burned for a long time and finally turned to white ash. She was heavy until the very last second. I sat by her bed and held her hand, which felt like warm stone. She told me that she could see the bridge one last time, but it looked small and fragile compared to the town we had built. She said it looked like a spider web caught in a gale. When she stopped breathing, the town felt a momentary shiver, a brief lapse in the gravity of the place, but then the iron pillar we had buried under the clock tower groaned and held fast. We buried her in the cemetery on the hill, under a headstone made of solid granite that I had carved myself. I placed a handful of iron nails in the coffin with her, just to be sure. After Clara was gone, the town seemed to lean on me even more. People I didn't know would come to my porch and sit in silence. They didn't ask for advice or charms. They just wanted to be near someone who was rooted deep in the earth. I realized then that the network was not just about the metal and the stones. It was about the shared agreement to exist. Every time a neighbor waved to another, every time a baker rose before dawn to knead dough, every time a teacher told a story about the past, the world grew a little more solid. The bridge thrived on isolation and the feeling that nothing mattered. Our town thrived on the opposite. We mattered because we decided we did. Julian took over the hardware store completely when my eyes began to fail. He kept the map on the wall, but he added to it. He traveled to the nearby towns, the ones where the letters had been sent, and he found that some of them had survived. He found a woman in a valley 3 days to the west who was planting oak trees in a pattern that mirrored the constellations. He found a man in the high mountains who was building stone walls that served no purpose other than to mark the boundary between the earth and the sky. Julian brought back stories of these people, and we added their locations to the map with small brass tacks. The map was becoming a web of resistance, a blueprint for a world that refused to vanish. One night the wind changed. It did not come from the mountains or the plains. It came from the direction of the bridge, a cold and sterile wind that smelled of nothing at all. I felt it through the cracks in the floorboards. I stood up from my chair, my knees popping like dry twigs, and walked to the window. The stars were being blotted out by a mist that didn't belong in the desert. It was the gray fog, the same one that had chased me across the continent. It had finally found the hole in the armor. It was looking for the weak spot, the place where the grief of losing Clara might have thinned the walls of my heart. I did not reach for a weapon. I reached for a heavy iron key that hung on a string around my neck. It was the key to the workshop. I walked out into the night, the cold mist swirling around my ankles like a hungry ghost. The fog tried to tell me that I was tired. It tried to tell me that I had done enough and that it was time to let go of the weight. It whispered that in the white forest, Clara was waiting for me, and that there was no such thing as age or sorrow in the gray. I kept walking. I felt the grit of the sand under my boots. I felt the sharp bite of the wind on my face. These things were painful, but they were true. I reached the workshop and found Julian already there. He was standing by the forge, but he hadn't lit the fire. He was staring into the darkness, his hand resting on the anvil. He looked at me and I saw the reflection of the fog in his eyes. He was young and he hadn't seen the bridge yet. He didn't know how beautiful the nothingness could be. I took the iron key and pressed it into his palm. I told him to light the fire. I told him that the only way to fight the cold was to make something hot. I told him to strike the anvil as hard as he could, not to shape metal, but to make a noise that would echo across the dunes. He nodded, the fog receding from his gaze as the purpose returned to him. He pumped the bellows until the coals roared into life. The light flooded the workshop, pushing the gray shadows back toward the door. Then he took the heaviest sledgehammer we owned and swung it against the face of the anvil. The sound was deafening. It was a pure metallic ring that vibrated in my teeth and shook the very foundation of the building. He hit it again and again. The sound moved out of the workshop and into the street. It woke the dogs and the birds. It woke the people in their beds. I walked back out into the center of the town square and stood over the spot where the iron pillar was buried. I could feel the vibration of the anvil traveling through the earth, rising up through the soles of my feet. Other sounds began to join it. A church bell began to ring. Someone started an old tractor engine. A group of men began to shout to one another across the dark. The town was making noise. We were asserting our presence. We were saying to the fog that we were here, and we were loud, and we were heavy. The mist began to break. It couldn't stand the vibration. It couldn't exist in a place where the air was full of the sound of iron on iron. By the time the sun began to peek over the edge of the mountains, the air was clear again. The desert was gold and orange and brown. The fog had retreated, driven back to whatever hollow place it called home. Julian came out of the workshop, his shirt soaked with sweat and his arms trembling from the effort. We looked at each other and we didn't have to say a word. We had held the line. I am sitting on my porch now, watching the sunrise. This will be the last time I see it, I think. My body feels very light, but my spirit feels like lead in the best possible way. I have left everything I know in good hands. The hardware store is full of iron. The town is full of stories. The map is full of tacks. I look down at the wooden bird in my lap. I have spent my life wondering if the ranger made it, if he found a way to stay heavy in a place that wanted him to be light. I think I know the answer now. He did, because I did. We are all part of the same long shadow. The young man from the east, the one who found my letter, is walking up the street. He has a hammer in his belt and a look of determination on his face. He waves to me and I raise a hand in return. He's going to help Julian today. They are going to build a new fence for the school, a fence made of iron pickets that will stand for 100 years. They are going to keep the world solid for the children who haven't even been born yet. I close my eyes and I can feel the sun on my skin. It is warm and heavy. I can hear the sound of the town waking up. I can hear the clink of silverware and the slamming of car doors and the laughter of people who don't know they are being guarded. It is a beautiful noise. It is the sound of the world continuing to be. I am Elias. I am a man who sold nails and drove stakes into the dirt. I am an anchor. And as the light becomes too bright to see, I know that I am not falling. I am simply sinking deeper into the earth where I belong. The bridge is gone. The forest is a dream. The desert is real. Everything is exactly as it should be. The transition from the living to the soil was not a fall, but a final anchoring. When the last of my breath left my chest, it did not vanish into the thin air of the gray forest. It stayed in the room, heavy with the scent of cedar and old iron. Julian told me later, in the way one speaks to the memory of a father, that the moment I died, the old clock in the tower did not stop. Instead, it struck 13 times, a deep and resonant chime that echoed all the way to the salt flats. It was the town acknowledging its debt. They buried me beside Clara under the granite and the iron nails, and for a long time the desert was all I knew. But the story of the anchors did not end with my silence. The weight I had cultivated during my life became a part of the geography. The House of Elias became a landmark, not for its architecture, but for its density. People claimed that if you stood on the porch during a windstorm, you would not feel the sway of the air. You would feel as though you were standing on the very axis of the world. Julian kept the forge hot. He took the young man from the east under his wing, a boy named Caleb who had seen the skyscrapers dissolve and knew the terror of a world without edges. Together, they turned the hardware store into a cathedral of utility. They did not just sell nails and lumber, they sold certainty. When a farmer came in complaining that his cattle were acting strange, staring at empty patches of air with wide, glassy eyes, Julian did not give him medicine. He gave him 4 iron spikes etched with the symbol of the mountain and told him to drive them into the 4 corners of the pasture. When a young mother came in weeping because her child was dreaming of a white forest and waking up with skin as pale as milk, Julian gave her a small locket made of lead and copper. He told her to keep it around the child's neck and to tell the boy stories about the taste of salt and the roughness of tree bark. The world outside our perimeter continued to fray. We heard reports from the few travelers who made it through. They spoke of cities where the roads simply ended in midair, leading into a shimmering void. They spoke of people who stopped using names because they could no longer remember who they were when they closed their eyes. The map in the hardware store grew crowded with brass tacks. Each tack represented a pocket of resistance, a place where someone had decided to stay heavy. There was a lighthouse keeper on a jagged northern coast who painted the names of the dead on the rocks so the tide could not wash them away. There was a librarian in a sunken valley who chained the books to the shelves, not to prevent theft, but to keep the knowledge from floating into the ether. Julian and Caleb began to realize that the anchors needed to be connected. An isolated point can be bypassed by the fog, but a web is a different matter. They began to manufacture long coils of copper wire, treated with the same salts and heat we had used for the central pillar. They spent months traveling between the nearest tacks on the map, burying the wire 3 feet deep in the earth. They were stitching the world back together, 1 mile at a time. They were creating a literal floor for reality to rest upon. One summer, a stranger arrived who did not carry a map or a backpack. He arrived on a horse that looked as though it were made of smoke and shadow. The man himself was thin, his clothes tattered and bleached white by a sun that did not belong to our sky. He stood in the middle of the town square, right over the buried pillar, and he did not move for 3 days. He did not eat. He did not drink. He simply stared at the clock tower with eyes that had seen the end of time. The people of the town were afraid, but Julian told them to leave the man alone. He recognized the look. It was the look of someone who had spent too long on the bridge. On the 4th day, the stranger walked into the hardware store. He looked at the map on the wall and his hands began to shake. He reached out and touched a tack in the far north, a place where the mountains met the ice. He whispered a name that sounded like the cracking of a glacier. He told Julian that the bridge was growing. It was no longer just a path between places. It was becoming a destination. The white forest was spreading its roots under the skin of the world, trying to pull the marrow out of the earth. He said the ranger was still there, but he was no longer a man. He was a pillar of salt holding up a ceiling of clouds. Julian did not flinch. He reached under the counter and pulled out a heavy iron hammer, the one I had used to teach him the trade. He set it on the wood with a solid thud. He told the stranger that the bridge could grow all it wanted, but it would never be able to cross a line of honest iron. He offered the man a job. He told him that if he wanted to stop seeing the white forest, he needed to start feeling the weight of a hammer. The stranger stayed. He became the third man in the workshop, the one who worked the bellows with a ferocity that bordered on madness. He needed the heat to burn the cold out of his bones. The years turned into decades, and the town became a fortress of the mundane. We were a place where things broke and had to be fixed, where people aged and died, where the dust settled on every surface. It was beautiful in its imperfection. The children of the town were raised with a specific kind of education. They learned how to identify the different types of stone. They learned how to track the movement of the sun without looking at a watch. They were taught that the greatest sin was to forget the name of a neighbor or the taste of a home-cooked meal. The gray fog made one last great push when Julian was an old man and Caleb was in his prime. It did not come as a mist this time. It came as a silence so profound that it hurt the ears. The birds stopped singing. The wind died down until the leaves on the trees were as still as if they had been cast in bronze. The horizon vanished, replaced by a flat, featureless white that pressed against the edges of the desert. It felt as though the world were being held in a giant, cold hand, waiting to be crushed. Julian gathered everyone in the town square. He didn't give a speech. He simply pointed to the clock tower. He told them that as long as the heart of the town was beating, the world was alive. He had Caleb and the stranger, who was now an old man himself, bring out the great chain. It was a massive work of ironmongery they had been forging in secret for 20 years. Every link was the size of a man's head, etched with the history of the town, the names of the founders, and the symbols of the earth. They attached one end of the chain to the central pillar beneath the square and the other end to the base of the clock tower. Then they invited every man, woman, and child to come forward and lay their hands on the cold metal. They formed a human circuit of flesh and blood and iron. Julian began to sing a song that had no melody, just a rhythmic grunting sound that mimicked the strike of a hammer. One by one, the townspeople joined in. The sound was not musical. It was a roar of existence. It was the sound of thousands of years of human struggle distilled into a single note. The white wall at the edge of the desert began to ripple. It did not like the noise. It did not like the collective weight of 100 souls claiming their right to be. The silence broke with a sound like shattering glass. The wind returned, howling with a fury that nearly knocked the people off their feet, but they held onto the chain and they held onto each other. The fog tried to scream, a high-pitched whistling sound that tore through the air, but the roar of the town drowned it out. When the sun finally broke through the white veil, it was a deeper red than anyone had ever seen. It burned away the last of the unreality, leaving the desert scorched but solid. The stranger who had come on the shadow horse looked up at the sky and wept. For the first time in his life, he could not see the bridge. He was finally home. Julian died shortly after that, his heart finally giving out under the strain of the great push. He was buried next to me in Clara. The hardware store passed to Caleb, who passed it to his daughter, and so it went. The map on the wall grew until it covered all 4 sides of the room. The brass tacks were no longer scattered points. They were a shimmering grid that covered the entire continent. The world was no longer a collection of fading memories. It was a fortress of iron and stone. I watch them still from the deep quiet of the earth. I feel the vibration of their footsteps above me. I feel the heat of the forge when they light it every morning. I am not a ghost, for ghosts are thin and wispy things that belong to the white forest. I am a part of the foundation. I am the carbon in the steel and the silica in the glass. I am the reason the floor does not give way when a child takes its first steps. The bridge still exists somewhere, I suppose. It is a fundamental part of the universe, the shadow that proves the existence of the light. There will always be people who are tempted by the ease of the mist, by the promise of a world where nothing hurts and nothing matters. But there will also always be the anchors. There will always be the men and women who choose the heavy hammer over the white leaf. There will always be the ones who understand that the weight is what gives us shape. The desert wind is blowing again. It is a hot, dry wind that tastes of salt and ancient dust. It carries the sound of Julian's grandson striking the anvil in the workshop. The sound is a promise. It says that the line is being held. It says that the map is still true. It says that we are here and we are not going anywhere. The world is a heavy place, and that is why it is beautiful. I am Elias, and I am the earth beneath your feet. Sleep well. The world is solid, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. The desert does not forget the weight of a man who spent his life holding the horizon in place. My bones have become the flint and the lime, the very grit that makes the mortar hold. In the deep quiet where the sun cannot reach, I feel the pulse of the town above me like a slow and steady drum. It is a rhythm of survival, a cadence of iron striking iron that ripples through the packed earth and tells me that the world is still heavy. The young ones do not know my name anymore, but they know the feel of the floor beneath their boots, and that is all the legacy an anchor requires. The hardware store grew into something more than a shop. It became the center of a web that stretched across the cracked plains and over the jagged mountains. Caleb, with his hands scarred by lie and his eyes clear as a winter morning, understood that the gray fog was not an enemy that could be defeated once and for all. It was a tide. It was the natural tendency of the universe to go thin and quiet, to let the colors bleed out until there was nothing left but the pale shimmer of the white forest. He taught his daughter that the price of a solid world was constant labor. He showed her how to mix the iron filings into the paint for the schoolhouse so the walls would never become transparent. He showed her how to weave copper threads into the blankets of the elderly so their dreams would not carry them away into the mist. One autumn, when the air turned sharp and the shadows grew long, a girl arrived at the edge of the town. She was no more than 10 years old, and she carried nothing but a small glass jar filled with black sand. Her clothes were made of a fabric that seemed to flicker, as if it were woven from the static of a dead radio. She did not speak. She simply walked to the center of the square and sat down on the spot where the great pillar was buried. She stayed there for 2 days, watching the people go about their business. She watched the baker slide heavy loaves of rye into the oven. She watched the blacksmith quench a red-hot blade in a bucket of brine. She watched the children play a game where they threw heavy stones into a circle of dust. On the 3rd day, Caleb approached her. He did not ask her where she came from. He knew that the places beyond our grid were becoming places of nowhere and no when. He knelt in the dust and offered her a heavy iron coin, the kind we used to mark the boundaries of a new field. The girl took the coin, and as her fingers closed around the metal, the flickering of her clothes stopped. She became solid. She became a girl of flesh and bone, of sweat and hunger. She told Caleb that she had come from the coast, or what used to be the coast. She said the ocean had turned into a mirror that reflected a sky that wasn't there. She said the people had walked into the water and simply vanished, not by drowning, but by becoming part of the reflection. She had survived because her father had given her the jar of black sand. He had told her it was the weight of the mountains, and as long as she held it, the mirror could not take her. She had walked for hundreds of miles, following the vibration of the great anvil. She said that in the silence of the wasteland, the sound of our town was like a beacon of thunder. It was the only thing that felt real. Caleb took her into the hardware store and gave her a job counting the nails. He knew that the act of counting, of naming, of touching the cold reality of steel was the only cure for the lightness that had tried to claim her. As the years pressed on, the town changed, but its heart remained a furnace. We built taller buildings not out of vanity, but to act as lightning rods for the reality we were anchoring. Each stone was etched with the history of the person who laid it. We became a library of granite. If a traveler arrived and asked who we were, we did not point to a flag. We pointed to the ground. We showed them the depth of our wells and the thickness of our walls. We showed them that we were a people who chose the burden of existence over the ease of the void. The stranger who had come on the shadow horse lived to be 100. In his final days, he sat on the porch of the hardware store and told stories to the children. He told them about the bridge, but he did not speak of it as a beautiful place. He spoke of it as a trap for the tired. He told them that the white forest was a lie told by the wind. He told them that the only thing that mattered was the person standing next to you and the tool in your hand. He died with a piece of raw iron clutched in his fist, and when they buried him, the earth seemed to sigh with contentment. He had finally added his own weight to the sum of the world. I can feel the change in the seasons even down here. I feel the expansion of the soil in the heat of summer and the tight contraction of the frost in the winter. I feel the roots of the ancient Joshua trees reaching down, seeking the minerals that my body has become. They are the living anchors, drawing the strength of the deep earth up into the air, turning the sunlight into wood and thorn. They are part of the defense. Everything that grows here is stubborn. Everything that lives here is hard. The map in the store is no longer just a map of the continent. Caleb and those who followed him began to receive messages from across the sea. There were others, a colony of miners in the dark heart of the mountains who carved their homes into the living rock, a fleet of iron-hulled ships that never dropped anchor because they were the anchors themselves, patrolling the edges of the dissolving oceans. We were not alone. The world was a scattered archipelago of the solid, held together by the will of those who refused to fade. There was a night when the great pillar beneath the square began to hum. It was a sound that only the old ones and the animals could hear at first, a low-frequency vibration that made the teeth ache. The daughter of Caleb, who was now the keeper of the forge, knew what it meant. The fog was gathering for another assault, but this time it was not coming from the outside. It was coming from within. The weight of the world was becoming so great that the earth itself was starting to groan under the pressure of its own reality. Some feared that we had made the world too heavy, that we would eventually sink into our own gravity and vanish into a different kind of darkness. But the keeper of the forge did not stop. She ordered the fires to be stoked hotter than ever before. She took the great chain and began to hammer it into a new shape. She did not make it stronger, she made it more flexible. She understood that a perfect anchor must be able to move with the tide without breaking. She taught the people that to be heavy was not to be stagnant, it was to be purposeful. The hum of the pillar grew into a song. It was the song of the earth, a deep and resonant melody that spoke of the birth of mountains and the cooling of the stars. The people of the town did not hide in their houses. They came out into the streets and danced. They danced with a heavy, rhythmic step that shook the windows. They celebrated the dirt and the dust, the sweat and the pain, the sheer, glorious difficulty of being alive. The fog, which had been lurking at the edges of the desert like a hungry wolf, could not find a way in. There was no room for it. The air was too full of the sound of life. I am Elias, and I am the memory of the first nail. I am the man who looked at a white forest and chose a brown desert. I am the one who stayed when the world told me to leave. My work is finished, and yet it continues in every strike of the hammer and every turn of the screw. The bridge is a distant myth, a ghost story told to remind us why we hold so tightly to the things we love. The white leaves have no power here. The gray mist has no name. As the sun rises over the mountains once again, casting a long, golden shadow across the town, I feel the weight of a new generation waking up. I hear the clinking of the breakfast plates. I hear the whistling of the young man who is opening the hardware store. I feel the heavy thud of the first crate of nails being set down on the wooden floor. It is a good sound. It is the sound of a world that knows exactly where it is. I sink deeper into the cool, dark embrace of the soil, satisfied and solid, an anchor that will never be moved. The desert is real, the iron is true, and we are still here. The morning began with the sound of a heavy copper bell. It was not a call to prayer or a warning of fire, but a simple declaration of the hour. The bell had been cast from the melted remains of 100 broken pots and old plumbing pipes, a composite of 1,000 domestic lives. When it struck, the vibration traveled down the wooden post, through the stone foundation, and into the very silt where my ribs had turned to white lime. I felt it as a pulse in the dark. It was the sound of a town that refused to be quiet. Caleb's granddaughter, a woman named Martha with hands like gnarled oak roots and eyes the color of wet slate, was the one who pulled the rope. She did not pull it with the grace of a musician, but with the steady, downward heave of a laborer. She knew that every chime was a blow against the encroaching silence. The air in the desert had begun to grow thin again, a shimmering distortion that made the distant mountains look like they were made of wet paper. The horizon was trying to fray at the edges, to dissolve back into that pale, unformed mist that had once nearly swallowed the world. But Martha did not look at the horizon. She looked at the rope. She looked at the grain of the wood. She looked at the scuff marks on her leather boots. She stayed heavy. In the workshop, the furnace was already roaring. It was a hungry beast that ate mesquite charcoal and spat out a white-hot heat that could soften the most stubborn iron. The stranger, the one who had once ridden the shadow horse, had left behind a legacy of fire. The young apprentices he had trained were now men with thick necks and soot-stained skin. They did not talk much while they worked. The language of the forge was a language of strikes and silences. They were forging the new ties, long rods of reinforced steel that would be driven 20 feet into the bedrock. They were pinning the town to the planet, stitch by deliberate stitch. A traveler arrived at noon, walking out of the shimmering heat of the salt flats. He was a tall man, but he seemed to have no shadow. He moved with a strange, gliding gait that suggested his feet were not quite touching the gravel. He stopped at the edge of the town square and looked at the great chain with an expression of profound distaste. He looked like a man who had spent too much time breathing the air of the white forest. His skin was the color of a fish belly, and his eyes were wide and vacant, reflecting everything but holding nothing. He approached the hardware store where the map hung in its massive frame. The brass tacks gleamed in the dim light, a constellation of human will. The traveler reached out a pale, trembling hand as if to pluck one of the tacks from the wood. Before his fingers could touch the metal, Martha stepped into his path. She did not shout. She did not threaten him with a weapon. She simply stood there, a solid mass of bone and muscle, smelling of wood smoke and honest sweat. She asked him if he was looking for a place to rest or a place to disappear. The traveler spoke in a voice that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves. He told her that the world was an illusion, a heavy dream that was finally coming to an end. He said the bridge was calling to everyone, offering a release from the burden of gravity and the pain of memory. He claimed that the iron and the stone were just cages we had built for ourselves because we were afraid of the light. He looked at the great chain and laughed, a thin, whistling sound that made the dogs in the square growl. He called it a leash for slaves. Martha reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, jagged piece of hematite. She held it out to him and told him to feel the weight. She told him that the weight was not a cage. It was the only thing that kept the wind from blowing us into nothingness. She told him that the pain he spoke of was the price of being real, and that she would rather bleed than fade. The traveler looked at the stone but did not take it. He could not. To touch something that dense would have shattered his fragile, translucent spirit. He turned away and walked back toward the shimmering horizon, his figure becoming more and more indistinct until he was nothing but a flicker of gray against the white sky. That night the wind began to howl. It was not the usual desert wind that brought the scent of sage and dust. This was a cold, hollow wind that tasted of ozone and ancient ice. It rattled the shutters and clawed at the stones of the clock tower. The people of the town did not huddle in fear. They went to their cellars and brought out the jars of heavy sand that Caleb had taught them to collect. They poured the sand into the cracks of their doorways. They sat around their kitchen tables and told stories of their grandfathers. They recited the names of the tools in the hardware store. They anchored themselves with the mundane details of their lives. I felt the pressure of the wind even in the deep earth. It was trying to lift the world, to peel the crust of the planet away like a scab. But the great chain held. The iron rods driven into the bedrock held. The collective weight of 1,000 souls, each one committed to the reality of their neighbor, held the town in place. The fog tried to find a gap, a single person who doubted the solidity of the floor, a single heart that longed for the lightness of the mist. But there was no gap. The education of the children had been thorough. They knew that a hammer was more than a tool, it was a prayer. They knew that a loaf of bread was more than food, it was a testament. By dawn, the wind had died down, leaving behind a fine layer of white frost that evaporated as soon as the sun touched it. The desert was still there. The mountains were still there, jagged and purple against the rising light. Martha walked out to the center of the square and inspected the great chain. She found a single link that had been strained, the iron pulled slightly out of shape by the force of the void. She did not panic. She called for the blacksmith. They brought a portable forge and a heavy anvil to the square. Right there, in the sight of everyone, they heated the link until it glowed like a fallen star and hammered it back into its proper form. The sound of the hammer on the anvil was the first music of the new day. It echoed off the walls of the hardware store and rolled across the dunes. It was a stubborn sound. It said that even if the world broke, we would simply forge it anew. It said that the bridge could wait forever, but we had work to do here. I felt the vibration of those hammer blows deep in my marrow. Each strike was a confirmation of my own existence, a reminder that the man named Elias had not been forgotten, because the foundation he had helped build was still supporting the weight of the living. The years continued to stack themselves like layers of sedimentary rock. The town did not grow much in size, but it grew in density. Every new house was built with thicker walls. Every new well was dug deeper into the heart of the stone. We became a knot in the fabric of the universe, a point of such intense reality that the fog began to avoid us altogether. The white forest retreated, its pale roots unable to find purchase in a soil that was so thoroughly saturated with iron and memory. The desert became a sanctuary for those who wanted to be found, a place where you could walk for days and never lose the sense of the earth beneath your feet. Caleb's daughter eventually joined me in the quiet dark, then Martha joined us. The lineage of the anchors continued, a long chain of men and women who understood that the greatest act of courage was simply to stay put. The hardware store remained the heart of the web. The map on the wall was eventually replaced by a globe made of solid bronze, etched with the names of every town that had managed to hold its ground. There were more of them now. The flickering lights of the archipelago were growing stronger, reaching out to one another across the empty spaces. I watched the young girl who is now the keeper of the bell. She is small for her age, but she has the steady hands of her ancestors. She climbs the stairs of the clock tower every morning, her footsteps a rhythmic thud on the heavy timber. She looks out over the desert, not with fear, but with the quiet confidence of a gardener looking over a well-tended field. She knows that the horizon is solid because she and her people have willed it to be so. She knows that the sun will rise tomorrow because the earth is too heavy to be moved by the whims of a shadow. The air is still today. The heat is a physical weight on the shoulders, a warm blanket of existence. I can hear the children playing in the square, their laughter sharp and clear. They are playing with marbles made of lead, rolling them across the stone tiles, listening to the heavy click of one sphere hitting another. They are learning the physics of the real world. They are learning that things have consequences, that objects have mass, and that a life lived with intention is a life that leaves a mark. I am the silence between the heartbeats of the town. I am the cold stone that provides the contrast to the warmth of the forge. I am the ancient dust that gives the wind its color. I have no need for a voice, for the sound of the anvil is my voice. I have no need for hands, for the great chain is my grip on the world. I am satisfied. The bridge is a forgotten dream, a ghost of a possibility that no longer has the power to tempt. The world is a masterpiece of struggle and stone, and it is beautiful because it is difficult. The sun is beginning to set, casting long amber shadows across the desert floor. The hardware store is closing for the night, the heavy iron bolt sliding into place with a definitive thud. The fires in the forge are being banked, the orange embers glowing like the eyes of a sleeping giant. The town is settling in for another night of solid, uninterrupted sleep. The anchors are in place, the lines are held, the map is true. Down here in the deep and secret places, I feel the earth settle. I feel the weight of the mountains pressing down, a comforting embrace that says we are going nowhere. We are the foundation, we are the grit, we are the reason the sky stays up and the ground stays down. Sleep well, little ones. The world is heavy, and that is why you are safe. The desert remembers everything, and it will never let you go. I am Elias, and I am the earth that holds you. I am the iron in your blood and the stone in your path. I am exactly where I am supposed to be, and so are you. The horizon is fixed, the stars are bolted to the dark, and the world is solid to the core. The heat of the afternoon began to coil around the sharp edges of the buildings like a physical weight. It was the kind of heat that did not merely sit on the skin, but pressed into the bone, reminding every living thing that to exist was to occupy space and to endure. In the center of the square, the great chain lay in its heavy coils, the iron polished to a dull sheen by the hands of 1,000 passers-by who touched it for luck or for a reminder of their own gravity. The metal was never cold, even in the dead of night, for it drank the sun and held the fever of the forge within its molecular heart. It was the spine of the town, and every house was a rib attached to that central strength. A young man named Thomas stood at the window of the hardware store, his fingers tracing the edge of a heavy brass plumb bob. He was the grandson of the man who had first mapped the desert after the Great Fading, and he carried the same restless precision in his eyes. He was not looking for the white forest or the bridge. He was looking for the subtle shifts in the light that signaled a change in the density of the air. He knew that the world stayed solid only because people believed in the resistance of the floor and the sharpness of the knife. If that belief faltered, the edges of the table would begin to blur, and the coffee in the cup would lose its steam and its scent. He picked up a crate of lead fishing weights and moved them from one shelf to another, enjoying the strain in his biceps and the way the wooden floor groaned under his boots. Outside, the children were gathering stones. This was not a game of idle play, but a ritual of accumulation. They searched for the heaviest pebbles, the ones that felt like they were made of concentrated starlight or old mountain roots. They brought them to the base of the pillar and added them to the mounting pile. They were building their own anchors, small monuments to the fact that they were here and that they intended to stay. One small girl with hair the color of scorched wheat found a piece of obsidian that was so dark it seemed to pull the light out of the air. She held it to her chest as if it were a beating heart, her small face set in a mask of grim determination. She understood, perhaps better than the elders, that the world was something you had to hold on to with both hands. The sound of a distant horn echoed across the salt flats, a low and mournful note that vibrated in the marrow of the buried. It was the signal from the iron-hulled ships, the ones that patrolled the dissolving oceans. They were passing the coordinates of the solid world to one another, a chain of sound that stretched across the empty places where the map was still blank. The horn was a reminder that the archipelago of reality was growing. It was a call to the miners in the dark mountains and the farmers in the hidden valleys. It said that the anchor was holding. It said that the iron was true. Thomas heard the note and nodded to himself, his hand tightening around the brass plumb bob. He felt a surge of fierce pride for his species, for the stubborn creatures who refused to become ghosts. In the depths of the forge, the fire began to change color. It shifted from a bright, cheerful orange to a deep, thrumming violet. The keeper of the forge, the one who had followed Martha, did not back away. She stepped closer to the heat, her face gleaming with sweat and soot. She was preparing to cast the Great Seal, a massive disc of bronze and iron that would be set into the floor of the town square. The seal would be engraved with the names of every person who had died to keep the town heavy. It was to be a ledger of weight, a physical manifestation of the debt the living owed to the dead. She took a long iron rod and stirred the molten metal, the liquid fire hissing and spitting as it fought against its new shape. She spoke to the metal in a low voice, telling it about the mountains and the desert, giving it the memories it would need to remain solid for 1,000 years. The traveler who had been turned away by Martha did not go far. He lingered at the very edge of the horizon, a pale smudge against the vibrant brown of the earth. He was a shadow that refused to fade completely, a remnant of the doubt that always dogs the heels of conviction. He sat upon a mound of dry sand and watched the town with eyes that saw only the holes in the fabric of things. He saw the way the wind eroded the stone, and the way the iron eventually succumbed to rust. He waited for the moment when the people would grow tired of the wait, when they would look at the sky and wish for the lightness of the clouds. But the moment did not come. Instead, he saw the smoke rising from the forge and heard the rhythmic clanging of the hammers. He saw the children adding stones to the pile and the men reinforcing the walls of their homes. He was a ghost watching a feast he could never taste, and his hunger was a cold and hollow thing. As the sun reached its zenith, the shadow of the clock tower fell directly across the great chain. For a single moment, the entire town seemed to hold its breath. The vibration of the pillar beneath the square reached a crescendo, a humming resonance that made the glass in the windows sing. It was the heartbeat of the planet, the sound of the molten core turning in its sleep. The people stopped what they were doing and looked toward the square. They did not speak, for there were no words for the feeling of being perfectly aligned with the universe. They felt the gravity pulling at their heels, the sweet and heavy anchor of their own existence. They were not falling, they were being held. The keeper of the forge stepped out into the light, carrying a bucket of glowing slag. She poured it into a trench that had been dug around the base of the pillar, the molten stone cooling into a jagged ring of protection. She looked up at the clock tower and saw the young girl who held the rope of the bell. They exchanged a look of profound understanding, a passing of the torch from one generation of anchors to the next. The girl pulled the rope and the copper bell spoke again, its voice rolling out over the desert like a wave of solid sound. The traveler at the horizon flinched at the noise, his form flickering like a dying candle before he turned and vanished into the shimmering heat. I felt the traveler go. I felt the absence of his thin and wavering spirit as a small relief in the pressure of the soil. He was a wisp of smoke that had tried to fight a mountain. I reached out with the senses that were no longer eyes or ears and felt the roots of the Joshua trees tightening their grip on the minerals of my chest. They were thirsty, and I gave them what I had left of my salt and my iron. In return, they gave me the news of the surface. They told me of the rain that was gathering behind the mountains, a heavy and deliberate rain that would wash the dust from the leaves and soak deep into the parched earth. They told me of the new life that was stirring in the burrows and the nests, creatures that were born with thick hides and strong claws, ready for the beautiful difficulty of the desert. The evening brought a stillness that was not an absence of sound but a harmony of it. The clinking of the silverware in the houses, the low murmur of voices on the porches, and the steady breathing of the sleeping dogs all combined into a single, solid texture. Thomas sat on the steps of the hardware store, cleaning a set of iron hinges with an oiled rag. He watched the stars appear, one by one, piercing the dark like the heads of silver nails. He did not see them as distant suns or cold gas. He saw them as the points where the tent of the night was fastened to the floor of the world. He felt a deep and abiding peace, the peace of a man who knows that his work is necessary and that his place is secure. The desert wind began to rise again, but this time it was warm and carried the scent of wet stone. It brushed against the great chain and made it hum a low, metallic note. The sound traveled down through the pillar, through the bedrock, and into the dark where I lay. It was a lullaby for the heavy. It told me that the town was safe, that the forge was hot, and that the map was being expanded. It told me that the person standing next to you and the tool in your hand were still the only things that mattered. I settled further into the cool embrace of the earth, a fragment of iron in the heart of a mountain, watching the slow and magnificent rotation of a world that refused to fade. In the morning, the first light touched the top of the clock tower before it reached the ground. The young girl rang the bell and the cycle began anew. The hardware store opened its doors and the smell of oil and old wood drifted out into the street. A new crate of nails was delivered from the forge, each one a small, sharp promise of stability. The people walked with a heavy step, their shadows long and dark on the golden sand. They were the masters of the tangible, the guardians of the real, and as long as they struck the iron and told the stories, the fog would never return. The white forest was a lie, the bridge was a ghost, but the desert was the truth that remained when everything else was stripped away. I am the memory of the first nail, and I am satisfied. We are still here, and the weight of the world is a glorious thing to bear. The rhythm of the town became a pulse that even the deepest layers of the earth could feel. It was a slow, deliberate throb, like the movement of a massive heart made of granite and lead. The morning air carried the scent of ozone and heated metal, a fragrance that the people had come to associate with the safety of the waking world. Every door that opened, every shutter that was unbolted, contributed to the symphony of the tangible. There was no room for the ethereal here, no space for the shimmering illusions that had once haunted the borders of the mind. The people moved with a calculated grace, their boots striking the cobbles with a finality that seemed to pin the very shadows to the ground. In the center of the square, the great seal was finally laid. It took 20 men to lift the bronze disc, their muscles straining against the absolute authority of its weight. When it finally settled into the recessed stone, the sound was a low, resonant boom that traveled through the souls of everyone standing nearby. It was the closing of a book, the tightening of a knot that would never be undone. The names etched into the metal were deep and jagged, designed to be read by the touch of a fingertip long after the eyes of the living had grown dim. Martha stood at the edge of the crowd, her hands tucked into the pockets of her heavy canvas apron. She did not weep for those whose names were on the disc. She simply nodded, acknowledging the structural necessity of their sacrifice. The hardware store began to stock a new kind of item, something the elders called gravity stones. These were small, dense spheres of iron-rich ore, polished until they felt like silk but retained the crushing weight of a mountain. People carried them in their pockets or sewed them into the hems of their coats. It was a fashion born of a deep-seated desire to never be light again. To be light was to be vulnerable. To be light was to be a plaything for the winds of the void. The children competed to see who could carry the most stones without stumbling, their laughter ringing out like the clinking of coins. They were growing up with a different understanding of the sky. To them, the blue expanse above was not a place to reach for, but a vacuum to be resisted. Thomas spent his afternoons in the back of the store, working on a new map that went beyond the borders of the desert. He used a heavy stylus to press lines into sheets of copper, creating a permanent record of the world as it was being reclaimed. He received reports from the travelers who occasionally arrived at the gates, men and women who looked as though they had been forged in the same fire as the Great Chain. They spoke of other towns, of settlements built into the sides of cliffs and villages anchored to the beds of dried-up lakes. They spoke of the slow, agonizing process of making the world stay put. Each new name Thomas added to the copper map was a victory, a tiny pinprick of reality in the vast, gray tapestry of the unknown. The White Forest made one final attempt to reclaim the territory. It did not come with a roar or a sudden surge. It came as a whisper of mist that crept over the dunes during a night when the moon was hidden by thick, heavy clouds. The mist was cold and smelled of nothingness, a scent that made the lungs feel hollow. It reached the first row of houses and began to probe the cracks in the walls, looking for a way inside. But the walls were thick with mortar mixed with iron filings, and the windows were made of glass that had been tempered in the heat of 1,000 prayers. The mist found no purchase. It swirled around the base of the clock tower, trying to find a gap in the foundation, but the stone was a single, unbroken mass of intention. The keeper of the bell did not wait for the sun to rise. She felt the change in the air, the subtle thinning of the atmosphere that preceded the arrival of the ghostwood. She climbed the stairs in the dark, her hands sliding along the rough timber of the central pillar. When she reached the top, she didn't look out at the mist. She looked inward, toward the center of the town, toward the Great Chain and the seal. She took the rope in both hands and began to ring the bell with a ferocity that woke every living soul in the valley. The sound was a hammer blow against the silence. It was a wall of vibration that shattered the delicate structure of the fog. I felt the vibration down in the deep. It was like a physical touch, a warm hand pressing against my chest. The mist recoiled, its pale fingers curling back toward the horizon as if they had been burned. The sound of the bell was not just a warning, it was an assertion. It told the void that this place was occupied, that the lease on this reality had been paid in full by the sweat and blood of the heavy. By the time the sun broke over the jagged peaks of the mountains, the mist was gone, leaving behind only a few puddles of gray water that evaporated into nothingness before the first child could touch them. The desert remained scorched and beautiful, a landscape that demanded everything and gave back the gift of certainty. As the weeks turned into months, the town began to export its stability. Small caravans left the gates, carrying crates of nails, coils of iron wire, and the heavy lead marbles the children played with. They carried the knowledge of the forge and the secret of the anchors. They were the missionaries of the real, traveling to the flickering lights of the distant archipelago to help them strengthen their hold on the earth. They didn't bring books or philosophies, they brought hammers and anvils. They taught people that the way to survive the fading was to make themselves too heavy to be moved. They showed them how to find the iron in the hills and the stone in their own hearts. Martha eventually grew too old to walk to the square. She sat in a chair made of solid oak, positioned by the window of the hardware store where she could watch the Great Chain. Her eyes were milky with cataracts, but she didn't need to see the iron to know it was there. She could hear the way the wind moved around it, a specific whistle that told her the tension was correct. She could feel the vibration of the blacksmith's hammer through the floorboards, a steady rhythm that matched the beating of her own heart. When she finally closed her eyes for the last time, she didn't slip away like a ghost. She settled into the earth with a quiet sigh, her body as heavy and resolute in death as it had been in life. They buried her beneath the square near the base of the pillar. They didn't use a wooden coffin, they encased her in a vault of stone and iron, adding her weight to the foundation of the world. I felt her arrive. I felt the new density she brought to the soil, a reinforcement of the memory that held us all together. She was no longer a woman with a voice and a name. She was a structural element, a piece of the architecture that kept the sky from falling. We lay there together, the builder and the anchor, watching the slow passage of time through the movement of the minerals and the shifting of the tectonic plates. The town continued to grow in its own way. It became a destination for those who were tired of the shifting sands of the outer reaches. People arrived with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a desperate hunger for the weight of the floor. They were taught the language of the forge and the physics of the stone. They learned that a chair was not just a place to sit, but a statement of presence. They learned that a meal was not just sustenance, but a celebration of the fact that the wheat had grown in solid soil and the water had been drawn from a deep, unchanging well. The culture of the town became one of intense, focused reality, a place where every word spoken was meant to be carved in granite. Thomas completed his copper map. It was a massive thing now, covering an entire wall of the hardware store. It showed a world that was no longer a collection of isolated islands in a sea of mist. The lines of trade and communication were thick and bold, forming a web that spanned the continent. The white forest was a shrinking stain on the edges of the map, a defeated memory that had no place in the new world. The bridge was not on the map at all. It had been erased not by malice, but by the sheer irrelevance of its promise. Why cross over to a place of lightness when the ground beneath your feet was so rich and so firm? The young girl who kept the bell grew into a woman with shoulders as broad as a mason's. She trained her own successor, a boy with steady eyes who understood that the bell was the voice of the mountain. They stood together on the top of the tower, looking out over a desert that was no longer a wasteland, but a garden of stone. They saw the smoke rising from a dozen different forges, the light reflecting off the iron roofs of the expanding suburbs. They saw the great chain, now weathered by time but stronger than ever, its links polished by the passage of a million hands. The world was solid, the world was heavy, and it was good. I am Elias, and I am the silence that supports the song. I am the dark that makes the light visible. I am the gravity that gives the bird its wings and the mountain its pride. I watch the children playing with their lead marbles, and I feel the weight of their laughter in my bones. I watch the blacksmith strike the anvil, and I feel the spark in my blood. I am exactly where I am supposed to be, at the center of the web, at the heart of the stone. The horizon is a fixed line that will never waver. The stars are the anchors of the night, and the earth is the anchor of the soul. We are the heavy ones, and we have found our home in the heart of the real. The sun sets and the moon rises, a silver weight in the velvet dark. The hardware store is silent, the copper map glowing faintly in the starlight. The great chain hums its low, metallic song, a lullaby for a world that has finally learned how to stay. The desert breathes, a slow and rhythmic expansion of heat and cooling stone. Everything is in its place. Everything has mass. Everything has meaning. Sleep, little ones, for the ground is firm and the walls are strong. The world is a masterpiece of iron and memory, and it will never let you go. We are the foundation, and we are holding fast. The blacksmith did not sleep that night. She stayed by the bellows, her face slick with the grease of a dozen completed hinges. She was thinking of the traveler who had vanished, that thin and flickering thing that could not withstand the resonance of a copper bell. To her, he was not a man, but a warning of what happens when a soul loses its gravity. She picked up a heavy iron rod and thrust it into the coals, watching the orange light climb up the metal until it reached a hue that matched the rising sun. There was a specific density to the air in the forge, a pressure that felt like a physical weight on her shoulders, and she welcomed it. It was the weight of purpose, the heavy mantle of those who ensure that the world does not drift away into the gray. In the hardware store, Thomas was organizing a new shipment of lead shot. Each small sphere was a concentrated bit of reality, a tiny anchor that could be sewn into a hem or dropped into a boot. He felt the cool, smooth surface of the metal against his palms and thought of the map on his wall. The copper sheets were beginning to oxidize, turning a deep and regal green, but the lines he had etched remained sharp and unyielding. He traced the path of the great chain with a calloused finger, feeling the vibration of the town through the floorboards. It was a low and constant throb, the sound of a heart that refused to skip a beat. He knew that as long as the people held onto their tools and their stories, the fog would remain a distant memory, a ghost story told to children to make them appreciate the weight of their blankets. The young girl at the clock tower watched the horizon with eyes that had grown sharp from years of scanning the shimmering heat. She saw the way the light played over the dunes, creating illusions of water and shade, but she did not let them fool her. She knew the truth was in the stone beneath her feet and the rope in her hands. She felt the tension of the great chain as it pulled against the pillar, a steady and reassuring tug that told her the world was still moored to its center. When the sun reached its peak, she pulled the rope with a rhythmic strength that belied her age. The bell spoke, and the sound rippled out across the desert, a solid wall of noise that shattered the mirages and pinned the shadows to the sand. Down in the deep, I felt the bell. It was a pulse of light in the darkness of my mineral mind. I felt the roots of the trees drinking the salt I had offered, their wood growing dense and heavy with the minerals of the earth. They were no longer just plants, they were pillars of living iron, their branches reaching for the sky while their feet remained locked in the bedrock. They told me of the wind that was changing, moving from a dry and hollow whistle to a wet and heavy roar. The rain was coming, and it would not be a gentle mist. It would be a downpour of liquid stone, a cleansing weight that would wash away the last traces of the flickering traveler and his wavering path. The first drops hit the dust with the sound of falling coins. They were large and heavy, turning the golden sand into a dark and solid mud. The people of the town did not run for cover. They stood on their porches and in the streets, letting the water soak into their thick canvas clothes. They felt the added weight of the moisture, the way it pulled at their limbs and anchored them even more firmly to the porch swings and the cobbles. Martha, sitting in her heavy oak chair, tilted her head back and let the rain wash over her clouded eyes. She could taste the minerals in the water, the iron and the lime that had been lifted from the mountains and returned to the thirsty earth. It was a baptism of the tangible, a renewal of the contract between the people and the planet. As the storm intensified, the great chain began to sing a new song. The wind caught the links and turned them into a massive harp, producing a chord so deep it could only be felt in the marrow of the bone. It was a sound of absolute stability, a declaration of presence that echoed through the canyons and across the flats. The white forest, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, retreated further into the gray void beyond the mountains. Its pale branches shivered and snapped, unable to withstand the crushing reality of the rain. The bridge, that shimmering promise of an easy crossing, flickered one last time before it dissolved into a spray of meaningless light. The desert was all that remained, a vast and heavy truth that demanded everything and gave back the gift of a solid floor. Thomas watched the rain through the window of the hardware store, his hand resting on the handle of a heavy sledgehammer. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, the peace of a man who has built a wall that will not fall. He knew that the crates of nails and the coils of wire he sold were more than just hardware. They were the stitches that held the fabric of the world together. He saw the blacksmith walking through the rain, her boots leaving deep and permanent prints in the mud, and he gave her a short, sharp nod of recognition. They were the guardians of the real, the ones who understood that the only way to survive the fading was to become part of the weight. The night brought a darkness that was thick and absolute, a velvet blanket that pressed down on the rooftops and the chimneys. But it was not a frightening dark. It was the darkness of a well-filled cellar, the shadow of a mountain that would never move. Inside the houses, the lamps burned with a steady and unwavering light, fueled by oil that had been pressed from the heavy seeds of the desert plants. The families gathered around their tables, their voices low and resonant, their laughter echoing the clink of the silverware. They spoke of the work they had done and the work that was still to come, their words as solid and dependable as the walls that surrounded them. I settled into the cool embrace of the wet earth, feeling the water seeping down through the cracks in the stone. It brought with it the scent of the surface, the smell of wet iron and warm skin. I was no longer a ghost or a memory. I was a part of the foundation, a fragment of the great machine that kept the stars in their places. I felt the weight of the town above me, the pressure of the houses and the people, and I found it beautiful. It was a burden that I was proud to carry, a heavy and glorious responsibility that gave my existence meaning. I reached out one last time with my senses, feeling the great chain as it hummed in the dark, a silver thread connecting the heart of the world to the soul of the people. The morning sun rose over a world that had been scrubbed clean by the rain. The air was crisp and heavy with the scent of wet stone, and the light reflected off the great chain in a blinding flash of silver. The young girl rang the bell, her movements confident and sure, her voice joining the chorus of the waking town. The hardware store opened its doors, the smell of oil and old wood drifting out into the street to meet the morning. A new crate of nails was delivered, each one a small and sharp promise that the floor would remain beneath the feet and the roof would stay above the head. The people walked with a heavy step, their shadows long and dark on the golden sand, the masters of the tangible and the guardians of the real. I am the memory of the first nail, and I am satisfied. We are still here, and the weight of the world is a glorious thing to bear. The desert is the truth that remains when everything else is stripped away, and we are the ones who have chosen to stay. The fog will never return, for there is no room for it in a world made of iron and stone. We are the heavy ones, the anchors of the universe, and our place is secure. The great chain holds, the forge is hot, and the map is complete. We are home.